The path is off the map, uncharted and undone, where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. Cause there's gold in them there hills, and it will take innovation and creativity to strike it.
Yes!
Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
Copper Mountain, it's an amazing place to be, from the restaurants to the on-hill activities, where they have a very progressive on-hill scene. You've got Danny Davis's Peace Park, you've got the 22-foot deep Superpipe that hosts the Grand Prix here every year, and now the Dew Tour. And it's no doubt that it's drawn so many professional snowboarders here and skiers because it's really all about progression.
It's one of the best parks I've ever ridden, and also it's one of my home mountains.
I've been coming here since I was just a little tyke. Copper's a lot different. They're so driven by rider feedback. They have so many great facilities here. They have the Woodward Barn.
The barn's massive.
It's a good place to come train and shred.
If you want to come and push yourself to progress and be the best that you can possibly be, places like this and also up on the hill, they're perfect for the athletic pursuit. I wish I had foam pits like 30 years ago.
So I think it's pretty great that you can work on your tricks over there and then just transfer it to the mountain.
And they just opened Red's Backyard, which I think is probably the coolest aspect of this entire resort.
Last year, my mom and I made this pitch to Copper and Powder Corp to try to make a free hike park at the bottom of their mountains and call it Red's Backyard, and they were down.
Also, with the addition of the Three Bears lift, accessing Tucker Mountain, there's something for everyone.
The terrain around here is just really fun to ride on, like a POW day or, the tree runs. Just all in general, there's so much that Copper has to offer.
If I was going to go someplace to ride, I'd go ride Copper.
I think for every snowboarder, it's important for it to be fun and creative, or else it just gets stale. You want something bigger or different to ride.
Creativity is one of the biggest fundamental aspects of snowboarding in general. It's not necessarily just huge stuff, it's simple stuff that just looks good.
Keeping snowboarding progressive and fun is one of the biggest things ever, and I think one of the more important things in snowboarding. Every contest you see new tricks that you haven't seen before. I think is something cool that Dew Tour does is hit every slope-style snowboarder and half-pipe snowboarder in their weak spot.
Yeah, we dreamt up Peace Park because we were just kind of getting bored of the same old half-pipe, same old slope-style course. You can take so many different lines through this park. Whether it's just like a berm or some whoops, it's all stuff that we've kind of experimented with, and these guys are now taking and putting it into the everyday terrain parks.
Dew Tour is always the best at creating really cool, creative courses, and every year they blow my mind.
I feel like if you're not nervous during a contest, then it's I don't know, I feel like I always do a little better when I'm nervous.
When something new goes down, it's really usually based off of the rest of the field. You've landed the best you have. You're not in first, so you got to try something even crazier.
Sometimes it's hard to get yourself to do it, and sometimes in the moment of competition, you kind of forget about all those things and go for certain tricks, and that can be quite progressive.
The longer you sit there at the top, the trick's gonna get no different. You're just gonna get more scared.
That's the best pressure to have, is just from yourself.
For most of us, that feeling of perfecting something so difficult is the real reward.
It's an opportunity to really ride at your best. So the more that you do that, the better you're going to be.
When you're on the top of the half pipe getting ready to do a crazy run, the most fear comes before you drop. Just sitting up top thinking about it, that's the scary part.
I would go for a walk, just get away from people. I just wanted to get out of my own head, talk to myself, you know, basically convince myself I could do it.
It's you versus the half pipe.
I definitely get a lot of butterflies and a lot of anxiety. You just kind of embrace it and then it goes away.
The absolute worst thing ever, you're just like bristling with energy, like it's time for you to go, you run, and they go, hold, we gotta hold.
We get out, fired up.
Welcome to the Rockies, everyone. As Todd Richards told you at the top of the show, we are here at Copper Mountain. It's been almost 2 years since we've been here, and we are happy to be back as they play host to yet another installment of the Winter Dew Tour. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Jimmy Coleman, sitting here in the booth alongside none other than Pete Arneson. And well, if you were looking at the schedule and you thought you were going to see some snowboard slopestyle, and you're like, hey, what gives? Well, the story today, Pete, it is the weather, so we flip-flop things a little bit, and we're getting ready to kick off the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. But as you can see by that shot right there, Pete, the weather is very daunting out here today.
Well, it's not just the snow, Jimmy, it's the wind. These guys are going to have to deal with gusts, 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts coming through that half pipe over the top. So it's fine when they're down in it, but as soon as they air out, it's blowing them all over the place.
Yeah, looking at some practice as of right now, but those gusts get up to 36 miles an hour with that visibility, with that falling snow. That is definitely going to cause a problem with the speed out here today. But let's talk about some of the resort stats here, Pete.
Well, I took that nice shuttle ride with you, Jimmy, 75 miles up from Denver. We got 2,500 acres of terrain here, 24 chairlifts, and we're up there.
Yeah, and everybody loves fresh powder. It's not so great when you're trying to get this qualifier underway, when you've got 23 people in the start list here, and you're trying to make a cut of 10 to get into the finals. However, you know, they're all professionals. They've been here before. They can power through this thing out here, but look at that shot right there. That gives you an idea of the visibility that we're looking at. As I mentioned before, 23 riders, only the top 10 advance. You're only going to get 2 runs at it out here today, and it is the best run that counts. The best possible score you can get per run is 100. That says overall impression right there, Pete. Let's talk about that. Let's break down some of the things that the judges are looking for out here today.
Well, the judges base everything off of criteria, so they're looking at difficulty, they're looking at amplitude, progression, variety, and then execution. And they combine all of those things into an overall impression score to rank the skiers through those runs.
So you're going to have to be adaptable here with the weather, and it's weird with the wind. You can see the wind blades up there at the top of the pipe. It is swirling. It seems to be a little bit worse at the top of the pipe and gets a little better as you get down to the bottom. This thing is 575 feet in length, by the way, from top to bottom. But there is the beginning of your start list. As we mentioned, 23 in the run order here. Let's talk about some of your favorites, some of your standouts of what it's going to take to make that 10 cut.
Well, some of the big names like Alex Ferreira off of a big win here in this same pipe last week at the Grand Prix. We also have Aaron Blunk and a few of these other guys from Canada, Simon D'Artois, Noah Bowman. They'll all be mixed in there. It'll be interesting to see how they handle the weather.
So let's talk about the strategy here today. Again, this is the qualifiers. You're just trying to make that 10 cut to try to get in the final. The wind and the snow being the way it is today, how does that change up what your headset was coming into this, your mindset, if you will?
Well, there might be some backing back on some of the biggest tricks, but these guys are going to try to go out there and land a clean run, get up in that top 10 to make it into finals, and hopefully have a little bit better weather for the finals.
So that is the name of the game out here. It is 2 runs each. It's the best run that counts. And one of the other things, too, when you have a start list this long, there's a lot of time that goes in between your first run and your second run. So that's a lot of downtime. So let's talk about that, too.
Well, and the weather can change. I mean, it's changed already since we've been in the booth in the last 10 minutes, whether the wind's going to die down or if the snow's going to taper off a little bit and change run 1 from run 2.
Yeah, they're getting the brunt of it up there at the top of the pipe. We get to be sequestered here. It's a little bit better in here, but you can see the walls back here at the back of the tent blowing around. You can't see it, but under our desk we've got hotel towels that are wrapped around trying to keep us cold here, or keep us warm. That wind keeps changing though, and like I said, you can see those wind blades at the top of the pipe, and it's just whipping around, and it doesn't really have any kind of a consistent pattern. It's just all over the map.
Well, I'm happier to be here with my cashmere blanket and with you, Jimmy.
Oh, look at that. You're already buttering me up. We haven't even gotten started yet.
Well, I mean, you were my roommate at one point.
So let's talk about the visibility, too, because there was a couple of shots prior to us coming on air where you couldn't even see from the base of the pipe going up to the top. You couldn't even see the first couple of hits.
Well, a lot of that is just the snow getting blown in over the top of the pipe from the outside. And that could play into factor with the judges being able to see the runs. I mean, the camera cut from here from the bottom makes it really hard to see that first hit.
Yeah, you can see right there, just look at that wind. It's just sending that snow all over the place right there. And the wind blades are going to be ones to watch here because, I mean, you can see that just the direction is constantly changing. So we are going to start it off with the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier here presented by Toyota. We've got the women coming up here a little bit later on this afternoon. Right now, let's take a look back at how the women's ski pipe event went down here in 2020.
Let's take a look back on how we started the day here on day number 3 in the Women's Ski Modified Superpipe presented by Toyota. The Canadians were dominant today.
Cassie Sharp came out swinging. Run number 1 with 2 big tricks, including a 1080 on the final hit. So absolutely stomping it in the first run.
An 85
sitting comfortably in that first place position. But right behind her was her fellow Canadian, Rachel Carker, really fresh to the scene. Back-to-back 900s and some massive airs on the new modified features and just absolutely laying it down.
Cassie Sharp, Rachel Carker, and Zoe Atkin. I don't say it was a big surprise, but she gets herself on the podium, but not before this incident, as Cassie Sharp goes down hard, Tom, on run number 2.
Very, very difficult fall there. She ended up sitting out run 3 and hoping that her 85-point score would hold on for the win. Rachel Carker came in the third and final run, laying down an absolute hammer, but couldn't quite top that 85. Ended up with an 83, so ending up in second.
The Canadians go 1 and 2. Cassie Sharp, Rachel Carker in second, and American Zoe Atkin finishing in third place at the Superpipe presented by Toyota.
Welcome back, everyone, to a blustery Wednesday afternoon here at Copper Mountain in the heart of Colorado. We are getting set to kick off the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. And, well, you see they're slipping the pipe here a little bit, putting some fresh dye lines down, and, well, they're going to need that because visibility is going to be key as we roll through this qualifier out here today, Pete.
Yeah, when the sky looks just like the snow, Jimmy, it's pretty hard to be flipping and spinning above that pipe. So those green lines are really going to help those guys.
Yeah, with that wind being one of the major stories there, you can see that just kind of whipping around up there by the banners up there on the start tower. But speed is going to be a key, visibility. And, of course, you talked about a couple of things the judges are looking for, height and, of course, amplitude. We'll see how that's going to be affected. But going back to what we were talking about earlier, strategy coming into this, you don't have to go for broke out here today. You're just trying to make that 10 cut. We were originally slated for 24. We had a couple of drops. We're down to 23 now. And we're just about ready to get this party started. Weather aside, we're going to go with this anyway out here today.
Well, it's a great day for it. It is a winter sport. It is an outdoor sport. No domes here.
What did you refer to this earlier? You wind NATO or
snow NATO?
Snow NATO.
Snow NATO.
Here we go. We started off with a 20-year-old all the way from China. This is Bingjang Mao. Again, the best possible run score you can get out here today is 100. You get 2 runs as we run through this qualifier, and it is the better of your 2 runs that'll hopefully get you on that 10 cut and put you into the final later on in the week out here at Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021.
We have a strong group of Chinese skiers out here trying to qualify for the Olympics there in their home nation. Looking to get some good runs out of them today.
Yeah, we haven't really mentioned that yet. It's not just about getting on the Dew Tour podium out here this weekend. This is also an Olympic qualifier. You've got Beijing coming up in February of next year, so that is just around the corner. And as you mentioned before, they just had the Grand Prix out here last weekend. So most everybody here has been well-versed on riding this pipe. And, of course, Alex Ferreira with a dominant performance there last week at the Grand Prix and getting the big win there. So we're on a wind hold right now. Here we go. Looks like he is in, starting from skier's left, and see how slow it is getting into that pipe. But we are underway here with Bingjang Mao.
Get things started with the big left 900. Backing that up with the right side version, mirroring those first 2 tricks. Judges like to see tricks in both direction. There's the double flare, landing really low, but keeping it together into the right side 1080, putting that down switch, coming in backwards with the switch left 720. So a nice full pull.
I thought that was a pretty good recovery there after that low landing, but still on the last hit, they're struggling to get just above the lip there. But again, you get 2 chances here, and it's the better of your 2 that count. But it's always tough being the first person right out of the gate in a comp, especially in the weather.
Well, and you have such a small margin for error with these half pipes. I mean, you want to land in that top section, and if you land low like you did right there, you lose all your speed, and he had to kind of change his line down the pipe, but still was able to put that right 1080 into the switch left 7 down. So a nice full pull for his first run.
Yeah, I thought he regrouped nicely after that low landing, but just fighting there on the switch hit, just right there at the lip. We'll see how the judges set the bar here with a 41.50 to get things started. That's always tough being the first one out of the gate, but the good news is with that, you're always in first place right at it.
Without a doubt.
Silver linings here, Pete. Silver linings. Coming your way next out of Bend, Oregon, 23 years old. We are about to welcome in Hunter Hess.
Hunter has a big bag of tricks. Also one of those guys who can ski pretty much any terrain, so being out here in the snow and the weather shouldn't affect him too much. So look for a nice run for him.
You just see, look at all that snow just whipping up on the skier's left-hand side, that skier's left wall there. You can barely see from our vantage point here. And here we go. He is in for his first of 2. This is Hunter Hess.
Hunter getting started on that looker's left wall with a nice big double flare, reaching back for that tail grab. Followed that up with a right side 900, opposite mute. And there's that left side 1080, reaching down for the nose into the switch right 720. And then following that up with the left side double cork 12. Nice full pull from Hunter.
I thought that was a great run there for Hunter. It didn't look like he was having any issues with the speed right there.
Nice variety of grabs, variety of rotations. Judges like to see that mix through. So here's a look back. There's that double flare, double 1080, reaching back, capping that grab. And into the right side 9, opposite mute, the lead mute with his right hand pulling that one through. A big variety, different grab on every hit. Judges will take notice to that. Nice, clean, full pull. Pretty good for the weather.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it right now, but the wind seems to have cooperated just a little bit here with our first two competitors that we've seen go here. Again, as Todd Richards mentioned at the top of the show, 22-foot walls on this super pipe, 575 feet from top to bottom. And look at that, Pete, second skier in. We're already in the 80s. Hunter Hess is going to check in with an 80.50 to put him in that top spot. So nicely done here, despite the weather. Puts him in a comfortable spot for now with one more run to go for him. But he's going to have to wait a while to get that next run in the books. Coming your way right now, we have the elder statesman in the crew out here at 32 years old, all the way from France. We are bringing in Kevin Roland.
Kevin, absolute legend of half-pipe skiing, dropping in switch, coming in backwards to that first hit with the big switch left 720. Speed not a problem for Kevin. There's that right side double 12 and just sitting back a little bit, a little off in that landing. And looks like he's gonna have to look to run number 2. But speed not an issue for him.
No,
Definitely.
not at all. Just little back seat on that one and killed off that run. So he's gonna have some time to think about that one. However, he's a veteran. He's been doing this for years and years and years, so look to see more out of him in round number 2 as we take a look at some replays here.
You can see him come into this right side double 12, gets the pop, grab all the way through, just comes around and is a little low in that transition, sitting back on the tails of his skis and wasn't able to keep his line into the next hit. But he has a second run and his wax techs are doing well for him. He's got lots of speed, so look for a second run out of Kevin.
Yeah, down there in the 20s there with a 24.75, so looking for that one to be the throwaway run. You're going to hear that term a lot out here today, again, with 2 runs and your best run counting. So you've got one to throw away. You don't want to. You kind of want to get it done in that first round, but I like the best run format, Pete. So right now the top mark to beat, an 80.50 that we saw out of Hunter Hess, our second competitor in. But right now out of Lakewood, Colorado, we bring in Dylan Ladd.
Dylan getting things started with that double flare, landing a little low but keeping it together into the right side 900 lead tail grab. And then following that up with the left side 10, wrapping that one through into the switch right 720, getting the Japan grab there into the left side 900 lead tail. So a nice full pull out of Dylan. A lot of landed runs so far. And the weather's not too much of an issue.
Don't jinx it, Pete. Don't jinx it.
There's a look back at that double flat spin. Looks like more of a double down the pipe. Reaching down for that Japan into the right side 9. You can see him reach to that front ski, so his lead ski capping that tail grab. There's the switch hit with the switch right 720. And his last hit with the left side 900, just touching that tail grab. Judges like to see them holding those grabs as long as possible, showing control through those spins.
He's going to knock on the door of the 60s right there. He's going to have to settle for a 59 flat. That's got him in that number 2 position as of right now, but still talking about Hunter Hess getting that 80.50 here in the early goes. He was our second skier in. We've got Brendan McKay all the way from Calgary coming up next. That last run you could see, I mean, that visibility, I mean, it was purely evident right there in that run. But here we go on course, 24 years young, it's Brendan McKay.
Brendan getting things started with that switch alley-oop. Backing that up with the switch down the pipe 7 with the Japan. There's the right side 900 lead tail. To the left side double 12. Wow. Getting that one around a little back seat, but keeping it together into the right side 9 lead tail.
Hangs on to that one to put in a solid first run right there. Good save there by Brendan McKay towards the latter portion of the run. So again, it is a 10 cut as we roll through this top 10 here from this qualifier, moving on into the final.
So look back at that switch down the pipe 7. You can see him reach down behind his leg, grabbing that Japan grab into that right side 9 tail grab. You can see on his last hit, he did the same trick. So judges are going to take notice that he repeated tricks. So it wasn't exactly what he wanted, so he'll look to run number 2 to improve. But you can see he landed a little back seat there, had to change his run up a little bit.
You got an 80.5, a 59, and a 41.50, your top 3 scores as of right now, but we are not even halfway through the run order here, so he's going to check in with a 49 flat, so that's going to put Brendan in that number 3 spot here. If you're just joining us, this is round 1 out of 2 here at the Men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier, presented by Toyota. Another Chinese competitor coming up next, 18 years old. This is Binghang He. Looking like he's going to get it started here from skier's left.
Another one of the strong Chinese skiers looking for getting the qualifying to his home country for the Olympics. Getting things started, dropping in switch. With the switch left, down the pipe 7 Japan. Following that up with the right side 900 safety into the left side 900 safety. So mirroring those tricks into the alley-oop flat 540 Japan. Little backseat on that one, but keeping it together into the down the pipe flat spin 540. So nice full pull there.
A little bit of issues with the height on that one, and then that one hit scrubbing a little bit of speed coming down the wall there.
It seemed like he was a little on the wrong edges a couple times, which made his track through the pipe a little different than what he'd want. And that could be something to do with the extra snow in there. There's a look back at that left side 9. Here's the alley-oop flat 5, reaching back behind, getting that Japan grab, and then ended up with that down the pipe 540, so a nice run.
Waiting for the score to pop up here. We'll see where that slides him into the mix. No score. We'll wait for that one to pop. That's going to put him 44.50, put him in the number 4 position. As we're moving right along here, Pete, coming up right now from Steamboat Springs, this is Samson Schuling.
Can't see his legs, Jimmy.
Going for that snow camo here. It's a bold choice here.
Bold choice. See if it pays off for him. There's the big air to fakie. Nice style trick, mixing it in the middle there. It's nice to see not spinning super fast on every trick. Oh, and a big gust of wind as he's going with that right 9, keeping it together. There's that big alley-oop flat.
It's just a wall of snow in the face for Samson there, middle of the run. But again, keeps it together.
A little bit different take too. A couple style tricks mixed in. Good grabs, good amplitude. Let's see what the judges end up doing with that one. There's a look back at his first hit with that left side 900, reaching back for that uncrossed tail grab. And here's the air to fakie, getting that safety grab. Always nice to see a nice style trick mixed in the middle of the run into the switch left side 720. Here's a look in the snow there, blowing over the top, no problem for him, keeping it together. He should get extra points for that, that's for sure.
A little extra weather add-on.
I don't see why not. I'll have to have a conversation with those judges.
You're going to have to put in a strongly worded letter, sir.
I can put him in their place.
Okay, so 54.75. Where does that put Samson? He slides into that number 3 position, so you need a 54.75 or better if you're going to crack into that top 3. Moving right along, another Canadian skier here. We got Noah Bowman finishing 6th place here in this very same pipe last week out here at the Grand Prix.
Saw on Instagram this week, Noah been working on a right side double cork. So we'll see if he pulls that one out. There's that right side double 12 into the left side cork 7. Nice little shifty in there. Noah known for his style. And there's the switch bone air named after Justin Dory. The switch left down the pipe 5 into the switch alley-oop dub flat. Nice clean run from Noah. Lots of switch tricks, lots of combos in there. That's definitely going to challenge the lead.
I was just about to get you to walk that plank. I was going to pull a Mike Atkinson on you and ask you where you think this is going to slide in the mix. Hunter Hess, your current leader, with an 80.50 is what you were referencing there, good sir. But we will wait and see. We'll get some highlights first, then we'll take a look at the score.
There's that right side double cork 12 there for Noah, adding that into his run this year, upping the difficulty and variety. And then the style trick with a nice cork 7 into the switch down the pipe, capping that tail grab. And then another switch down the pipe there. So nice switch combos here from Noah, upping the difficulty there. There's another look at that one, capping that tail grab.
Oh, we're into the 90s, Pete, at 91.50. So there you go, Noah Bowman, your new leader, but we're already into the 90s here, early on here in round number 1.
And that run from Noah just checks all those judges' boxes on their criteria. Tons of variety, tons of difficulty with the back-to-back switch hits. It's great to see.
So we move right along with another Canadian. We've got Simon D'Artois up next out of Whistler, up there in the British Columbia area. Simon was also out here in this very pipe last week at the Grand Prix. Finished 5th place out here, so just one spot ahead of Noah, who we just saw, who just took the lead. So wait for the wind to die down just a skosh, and then we're going to unleash Simon D'Artois.
Boys from up north, bit of an advantage. Canadian skiers, they ski in this stuff all the time. Dropping in, there's a nice big air to fakie, tons of amplitude to get started from Dart. The switch left 900, getting that safety grab, followed up with the switch right 720. And then into the double corks. There's the left side double 12, landing low, but keeping it together into the alley-oop dub flat 7. Nice run from Dart, almost running out of pipe, but putting it together with the back-to-back doubles at the bottom.
So he's fired up about that one as we go back up to the top for another look. Look at the size of that air to fakie.
Big air to fakie. And then to the switch 9. You see him reach down, get that safety grab, and then unwrap into the switch landing. Followed up with that switch 720, getting that mute grab in there. And then he ended with these 2 back-to-back doubles. So a left side double cork 12, landing low but keeping it together into that alley-oop double flat spin, poking out that grab, and just landing at the end of the pipe, using the whole pipe.
So what is the score going to be here for Mr. D'Artois? See him standing down there in the athlete staging area at the bottom of the pipe. Noah Bowman in that top spot with a 91.50, who we just saw prior to Simon's first outing here. It looks like the visibility's clearing up just a little bit out there. See, the trees aren't blowing around as bad as they were earlier.
Don't jinx it, Jimmy.
I know, it's like Fight Club. You don't talk about it.
Don't talk about it.
We have to. It makes riveting TV.
Fair enough.
So there you go. He's into the 80s with an 85 flat. So that is going to slide him into that number 2 position. So now it's Noah Bowman, Simon D'Artois, and now Hunter Hess in that number 3 spot. So we're seeing some things change up here in the heart of the run order here. Coming your way right now out of Breckenridge, this is Jackson Horter.
Jackson get things going up there on the looker's right wall with the right side 7, tail grab into the switch left 7, pulling that mute grab out. There's the right side 900, getting the Japan. Nice clean run so far. Reaching all the way out for maybe a truck driver there on the left 9 into the alley-oop flat 3. Calling it good there with a little tail butter at the end of the coping. Nice run from Jackson.
So at this point now, after Jackson's run, we're going to have 10 competitors in the mix, so we're going to see what our bubble score is looking like. Again, as we roll through this with 23 athletes, only the top 10 are moving on to compete in the finals. And when we bump it up a notch, we get to the finals, Pete, you add a 3rd run. It's 3 runs, best run counts in the final.
Here's a look back at the top of Jackson's run, getting things started with that right side 7. So showing it can spin multiple directions, different grabs on each hit. So looking through, getting maybe not as difficult of a run as some of these other guys, but definitely lacing through a bunch of different tricks, showing different grabs. So he's going to be up in the mix, maybe not in the top 3, but he'll be right up in that mix.
And again, this is round 1 out of 2. We still have a lot of skiers left to go in the run order here. Then we go back up to the top, do it all over again. 2 runs out here today in the qualifiers presented by Toyota. It is the better of your 2 runs that count. Remember that as we roll through this qualifier out here today. Building up a little bit of suspense here. Wait for it. Wait for it.
I like it.
We got Burke Irving coming your way next. So there you go, a 56.25. You called it middle of the pack right there. That'll slide him into the number 5 position. So as of right now, that 10 spot, it's a 24.75. That's Kevin Roland, who we saw earlier in this comp. So we're going to see that change as we move through. But that's the mark you're looking at right now. Just missing the podium last weekend here at the Grand Prix. We're welcoming in Burke Irving.
And Burke with a huge bag of tricks, getting things started with a nice big switch 720 into the right side 9, lead tail grab, into the left side 1080, getting that seatbelt Japan in there, so reaching across his body to get that Japan grab, and then finishing things off with the left side 12. Rare one there, kind of reverting around, maybe catching an edge in some of the loose snow there.
I just got a little loose in the flat, had to turn that one around and save it.
It's been a while since I've seen a 12 that wasn't a double cork. So Burke putting that one at the bottom of his run. Maybe a little less amplitude than what he's used to, so maybe not as big of tricks in this run, but looking to get a landed run in there so he can improve on his second one. Looking back here into that switch left 7, getting the Japan there. Here's a look at that last hit with the left side 12. You can see him reach back and wrap that one all the way around and just...
Ooh, I didn't see that in real time. He was leaning way over.
Yep. Saved that one with the slide edge catch, but he'll look to run number 2. He has a huge bag of tricks, just hoping for maybe a little more amplitude to put those down.
That could have been ugly right there. 32.25. It's good enough to put him in the cut for now, so he will sit on that bubble spot. So remember, it is a 10 cut as we move through. Taking a look at the overall standings right now. Noah Bowman, who blasted one into the 90s here, 91.50, followed by Simon D'Artois with an 85, and then Hunter Hess with an 80.50. That is your 1, 2, 3. But coming your way right now, all the way from New Zealand, he's 20 years old. We welcome in Ben Harrington.
Young Kiwi dropping in up there on the looker's right wall. Also going with the white. Getting things started with the left side double. Maybe missing the grab a little bit on that one. Into the right side 900. So good start here. It's a nice big cork 5. And the alley-oop double flat spin 7. Landing high on the transition, carrying speed in the switch left 9. Great run for the young Kiwi.
Fired
Full
up about
pull.
that one. I shouldn't have said anything about the wind. It started to get ugly up there at the top again.
You just can't use that W word. Here's a look back. Look at him skate into that, trying to carry as much speed as possible.
You got a little bit of a snow NATO there coming off the lip.
Ben doesn't look like one of the bigger guys in the field either, so he's trying to get as much speed as possible because that wind could push him around. There's a look back at that nice right side 9. But a good run top to bottom, mixing in a couple different double corks, couple style tricks, and a bunch of different grabs. So he's going to play into the judge's variation there and maybe hope to up the amplitude and difficulty on the second run. But that's a big double flat spin.
Hey, into the 70s, a 71 flat. So that's good enough for 4th place there, Mr. Harrington. So we'll see if that holds up as we roll through. So fired up about it at the bottom of the pipe. And rightly so. So again, the task at hand out here today is you just want to make the cut into the finals, Mr. Arneson, and it is a 10 cut. And right now that number 10 spot is being held onto by Jing Mao, who was our first skier. And so it's a 41.50 or better that's going to get you into the top 10 as of right now. But coming your way right now, another Kiwi in the mix. This is Miguel Porteous coming up.
Yeah, we have some heavy hitters still in the final grouping here. Probably change up that top 10 quite a bit once we go through run number 1. But right now they're just trying to land runs, get into that qualifying, and make it into finals so they can have 3 runs to show what they have.
So Miguel giving this a beat at the top of the pipe there. Waiting for the, see, there you go. Those wind blades.
Beautiful.
Tell the story.
You have a kite?
I left it at DIA, sorry.
That's okay. Wouldn't have fit in our shuttle anyway.
No, we were packed in like sardines in that shuttle ride, so sorry to say it's a kite-free dew tour for you and I out here this weekend.
It was a bonding time.
You know what, though? The rest of the weekend, weather-wise, is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you couldn't ask for better conditions out here. So, you know what? We had to deal with this last year when we were out here as well. We had a crazy snowstorm last year. Had to, put things on hold for a half a day. Everybody got to go take some powder runs. It was awesome. But you know what? The show always goes on here. That's what happens at the dew tour.
It's an outdoor sport.
Yeah.
You saw it with the Patriots last week. They threw 3 times and still won the game.
You had to throw that in there.
Yeah, well, I'm not a Patriots fan.
You're just rubbing it into Bills fans everywhere.
Well, it was rough. I'm a Josh Allen fan, but that was a tough one to watch.
It's a tough go. First that, and then they got to go face Brady in a new conference and still get the beat down. It's a tough go out there.
You think it's going to be Pats Bucks Super Bowl?
Yeah, probably.
That would be.
Anyways,
that would be fun.
Back to the task at hand here. Here we go. We welcome in Miguel Porteous for his first of 2.
Miguel, a little different drop-in style there. Get things started with the switch alley-oop. Miguel, first skier sans poles, so we're not having poles in his hands. Into the right side double 12 there, landing high in the transition, carrying speed into the left side 9 tail. Followed that up with the right side 9 tail, so mirroring tricks at the bottom. Nice run from Miguel Porteous.
What do you think that slides into the overall sort here?
The execution was there. I'm not sure if the difficulty was there to be up in that top 5. He's probably in the middle of the pack, so somewhere around Jackson's
in there in the 50s.
And it was a good solid run. It had some tricks, had the nice switch alley-oop, it had a double cork mixed in, but kind of lacking in a few spots, so probably in that middle pack. There's a look at that right side double, reaching down, kind of missing the grab on that one. but bringing it around, nice high transition, and then mirroring the left 9 and the right 9 at the bottom.
Oh, so a little higher than the 50s, 65.50. That'll slide him into 5th place right there. Right there between Ben Harrington and Dylan Ladd. So now that bubble is 44.50, being held on to by Bing-Han He, who has a second run coming up later on. So we got slippers into the pipe here. Try to get some of the loose stuff out of the bottom of the pipe right here.
Unsung heroes, Jimmy.
Hey, listen, they're keeping it fresh out here for us. So Noah Bowman, let's take a look at our standings here. We still have yet to complete the entire run over here for round 1, but it's Noah Bowman in a commanding lead, Pete, with that 91.50. But the line there at the bottom of the pack is a 44.50. We're going to see that change. You called it earlier. We're going to see that change as we run through it. But that is where we stand right now at Men's Ski Superpipe Qualifiers, presented by Toyota. Did you know that? Presented by Toyota?
Presented by Toyota. Tundras,
our
Tacomas.
Friends from Toyota, longtime friends and partners here of the Dew Tour. Oh, Aaron Blunk out of Crested Butte coming your way next. He was out here last week for the Grand Prix. Had to settle for 10th place. And here we go. He's in for his first of 2.
Aaron getting things started. The looker's right wall with the right side double 12, capping that tail grab. Followed up with the left side 9. Speed not an issue for Aaron so far. There's the right side 1080, setting up switch for the switch down the pipe, flat spin, and then following that one up with the switch right down the pipe 7. So a nice run from Aaron, keeping it clean. Not the degree of difficulty we normally see out of Aaron with the back-to-back doubles all the way through, but putting down a clean run.
Throwing a little snow shower to some of our Dew Tour staff in the corral area there at the end.
There's a look back. Aaron being able to carry that speed through. He's one of the bigger guys in the field. There's a look at that big right side double cork and then into that left side. Getting that tail grab touch through there, but putting down a clean run, hopefully moving him up into the mix, into that top 10 to make finals.
What is it going to be? You need 44.50 or better to crack into that top 10. We're going to get one more look here.
So look back at that right side double. Aaron, speed not an issue on that double cork. Just pulling that one all the way through. So Aaron basically doing sets for his bigger tricks through this run. Into the switch rotation coming up next after this one would be a double, and then followed that up with another double. So these are kind of just sets. He's doing a safe run to get himself into finals.
Well, that safe run got him into the high 80s, and 86.75. That's good enough to put him in the number 2 position as of right now. So nicely done there for Mr. Blanc here in this first round out of 2. Coming up next, we're back to the Canadians here out of Calgary, 23 years old. We've got Dylan Marino getting ready to drop.
Canadians have been strong so far, not phased by the weather.
Come on, Dylan.
Tough world up north.
Go, Dylan.
How the Flames doing this year?
You know, I got an ESPN notification about NHL Power Ranks, so we'll have to check that at the next commercial. We've already gone football. Why not hockey? Look at the height
on
right
that
there.
huge one. Getting that thing started with the double flat spin into the right side 1080. Carrying nice speed through this run so far. Switch left 720 into the right side 900 tail grab. We're looking for one more here out of Dylan, the left side 9. Nice clean run. Really big to start there at the top.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the replay on that one again because that first hit was absolutely huge. Wow.
There's a look back at it. There's that double down the pipe, flat spin, reaching down. You see him lock that safety grab in underneath his boot and hold it all the way through. And then back that one up with the right side. Just barely missing the tail grab on the right 10. But a nice clean run there for Dylan. Look at him reach all the way out to the tip of his ski.
He must have seen that Space Force promo at the top of the show because he was reaching for the stars there, Pete.
He was. Good one. That was good. Caught me off guard with that one, Space Force.
It's my job. I call out scores and I try to make you laugh.
Well, they're protecting satellites left and right.
So what does this do here for the score for Dylan Marino. We've got David Wise and Lyman Courier and then Cassie Jarrell all on deck. A 68 flat, which will put the man from Calgary in that number 6 position. So now you need a 54.75 or better to get into that top 10. And Samson Schilling in that bubble spot as of right now. But here we go from Reno, Nevada, 31 years old. This is David Wise.
Dave looking to qualify for his 3rd straight Olympics. Get things started here with the switch left. Double 10. Getting a nice grab on that one, pulling it all the way through. Speed not an issue for Dave on those first couple hits. There's the left side double 12. Nice grab through that one. And there's the alley-oop flat spin, capping that tail grab. And then wrapping things off with a nice left 9 shifty. A nice run from Dave, full pull.
How about that? The sun decided to make a bit of an appearance out here in the middle of that run as well. So,
oh, here we go.
Sign of better things to come.
Don't jinx it, Jimmy. Here's another look at that first hit. The switch down the pipe, double 1080. So flipping twice, spinning all the way around 3 times, and landing forward into the next right side 900. So 2 double corks for Dave, a variety of different grabs, and pretty good amplitude through the whole run. He kept a consistent amplitude top to bottom, and judges will take notice of that.
Got a 7th place finish out here in this very pipe last week at the Grand Prix. And he finds himself in the top spot. He's in the 90s with a 93.50. So how about that? A new lead change. And the man from Reno finds himself in the top position. Now Jackson Horder bumps down to that number 10 spot. So it's a 56.25 or better is the bubble as of right now. That's what you're trying to get if you're going to move into that final later on in the weekend.
Look at Dave hanging out with Aaron at the bottom. Aaron's wife Morgan here cheering him on. Big shout out to Morgan, keeping Aaron's head screwed on straight.
We're moving right along here. We got Lyman Courier on course here out of Boulder.
Lyman getting things started with the nice big switch left 720. Followed that up with the right side 900.
See how much real estate he carved across on that one?
Left side double. Lyman really pulling this run together. Big alley-oop, flat 5 mute grab. Into the left side 10. Nice run from Lyman. Great execution all the way through, very clean. And the judges have been rewarding clean skiing so far today, so I say that one's going to be up in the mix. So look back at that right side, 9, getting that Japan grab, just touched right in there. Into the left side double. Look at him reach down, grab that mute grab, pull it through, land high in that transition, so he had nice amplitude on the next one. Now looking, see how high he lands up on that transition. Lots of speed into that alley-oop, flat 5, tweaking that mute grab around, and then finishing things off with the left side 10, Cuban grab, reaching around to the opposite tail, capping that one through. See as he reaches back with that hand, capping that opposite tail and landing switch. Nice run from Lyman Courier.
So he's into the high 80s as well, an 86.50, so that'll slide him into that number 4 position here in round number 1 out of 2. So that's going to change our bubble spot yet again, but we have 6 skiers left to go here in round 1. There are your current standings. We saw David Wise jump up with a 93.50 to overtake the lead, but on course right now out of Aspen, this is Cassie Jarrell.
Get things started with the left side double cork 12. Back-to-back double 12s. First time we've seen that today. Into the left side 10, keeping things together. A switch right 720 Japan. Pulling for a little more speed here at the bottom into the left side 9. And just checking there at the bottom of the transition.
It's all right. 2-run format. Remember that, everybody. Best run counts.
That was a good run. Tell that last hit. First person to go out there and do back-to-back double cork 12s. See as he reaches down and gets to Japan there, and then follows that one up with another. Oh, that was the second double 12. There's the left 10. Nice run, and just kind of got G'd out there at the bottom. There's a look back at that last hit. Left side 900 tail grab. Just a little back seat and can't quite squat that one through. Not a full crash, but definitely not a landed clean trick.
Taking one more look at it here. Just right there at the end. Tough break right there. So Now you just got to settle in and wait for that second run. By the way, the bubble spot now, Dylan Ladd in that number 10 spot with a 59 flat. So Cassie going to settle for a 26 for 17, keep him outside of the top 10 as of right now. But again, we still have 5 more to go in this run order. Then we go back up to the top and do it all over again. Coming your way right now, also from New Zealand, this is Nico Porteous, who is your second place finisher here last week at the Copper Mountain Grand Prix.
Nico getting things started, switch. The switch right 900, mute grab. A little lower in the amplitude. There's the switch left 7, Japan. And then there's the right side double 12. Nice grab on that one. Nice high landing. Back-to-back double 12s. Increasing that amplitude. Alley-oop flat 5 with the shifty there. So nice clean run there from Nico.
That'll do it for run 1 out of 2 here for Nico Porteous.
Here's a look back at that switch hit. Getting things started, just touching that grab and bringing that one around to the switch 9. Back-to-back switch hits, and then he went into the back-to-back double 12s. So lots of difficulty through this one. That's gonna definitely put him up in the top maybe 3 spots.
Okay, so to top 3, you need an 86.75 or better. That's that bubble. Aaron Blanc sitting in that number 3 spot. And you got Noah Bowman in second, David Weiss in first as of right now.
One of the only guys putting down those back-to-back doubles. Judges are gonna take that difficulty in those combinations and to see where it puts him.
Getting the sled ride back up to the top for round number 2. See if we get that score. 89.75. That is good enough to put Nico Porteous in the number 3 position. So that bumps Miguel Porteous down to 10th. So now it's a 65.5 to get into that top 10. Back up to the top, looking at Hunter Carey here, 19 years young, out of Winter Park, Colorado. One of our final 4 competitors to go here in round number 1 out of 2. Here we go with Hunter Carey.
Get things started up on that looker's right wall. Coming in forward to the first hit. There's that double flare. Nice little safety grab in there. So getting things started with the double. Followed that up with the right side 1080. Into the switch left 720. A little lower in amplitude on that one, but increasing as he's going down here. A little hop through the flat bottom, capping things off with back-to-back 9s. Another nice full pull.
So we got Evan Marino, Alex Ferreira, and Yingbo Sun taking us out of the order here. So we take a look at some highlights here from Hunter's first outing.
Here's a look back at that right side. You see him reach back and just touch that tail grab. At this point, a lot of these top guys, they're really setting each other apart by locking those grabs, showing that execution. Not the biggest tricks today, but really kind of showing the execution through each trick in the run, and that's what's setting them apart in the judges' minds.
So Evan Marino on deck from Calgary as we await the score here from Hunter. So it's clearing up out here. I know.
Don't jinx it.
I probably shouldn't say
that. But it is shaping up, Jimmy.
That's part of our job, Pete.
It is looking good out there.
I like to liken myself to an amateur weatherman over here. So 47.75 right there for Hunter. So that is going to keep him out. And there we go. As soon as I say it.
It's okay.
That's okay.
It's okay. It's part of the game.
I'm not allowed to mention the weather anymore until halfway through the next round, Pete. That's my promise to you.
Weather.
And to everyone listening at DuTour.com.
Can't jinx it. Mother Nature. It is what it is.
So Evan Marino out of Calgary, 23 years old. So Miguel holds on tough right now to that bubble spot with a 65.50.
See that bubble score increasing as we're going along. Wouldn't be surprised if it was up in the 70s, maybe low 80s by the end of qualifying.
You're calling it bold statement. I like it right there.
We do, Cotton.
I know. You just drop a Cotton reference on me there?
Got to do it. Okay. Shout out to Mike Atkinson.
There you go. I was just going to throw a Mike Atkinson reference in there. Mike, we miss you, buddy. Hope you're doing well up there in Canada. But here we go.
One of the best nicknames of all time, Mike Accident Atkinson.
I don't know that story.
Well, you should see him ski. There's that nice big double flare to get things going. On the right side 900, traveling far down the pipe there, keeping the amplitude in the left side double 12 safety. There's the right side 7 coming in switch. The switch down the pipe double, sneaking it through. Nice run from Evan Marino. Canadians not fazed by the weather.
Not at all.
No.
It's been a good go for these guys here in the opening round of 2.
Sorry, not sorry, Jimmy. There's the double flare. We're going into the second hit there. See him reach around, get that tail grab on the right side 900. 2.5 rotations. There's a look back at that double flare again. You see him lock that safety grab in and land right in the middle of that transition, kind of squatting that one through. Traveling a little more down the pipe than some of the guys, but keeping the speed and amplitude.
Yeah, that was a big carve right there. That was a beautiful look on that slow-mo replay.
The right side 720. And here's a look at that switch down the pipe, double 10. Just sneaking it around. Nice run from the Canadian. He'll be happy with that one.
Just hanging out down there in the corral. Just, you know, casual Wednesday, waiting for my score. 69.50. Guess what, Evan? That's good enough to get you in the top 10. That is in 9th place for him right now. So that bumps Miguel Porteous out. Dylan Marino now sits in the bubble spot. Now it's a 68 flat or better if you're going to get into that qualifying lineup, if you will, to go into the finals. So you see the current standings. Ben Harrington rounding out the top 8. However, Evan Marino and now Dylan Marino rounded out 9 and 10. It's a 10 cut going into the finals as the wind is thrashing around down here in our booth. How's that blanket treating you, Pete?
You gotta quit saying these wind words. Yeah, I just did it, didn't I?
See?
Yeah. I like my blanket, by the way. Thank you for asking.
This is Alex Ferreira.
Alex getting things started with the switch, left 1080. Not a lot of amplitude on that one, but big into the right side double cork. Following things up with the left side 10, so gaining amplitude from that first switch hit. There's a switch right 720 Japan into his left side double 12. So nice run from Alex, lots of tricks. A couple weird spots with amplitude though.
Well, he was visibly fired up about that run as you see him make it to the bottom of the pipe.
You can see not as big on that first switch 10, but then right into the right side double 12 where he does gain quite a bit of amplitude on that forward trick. There's another look at it. You see him reach out right in front of his binding and lock in that mute grab, pulling it through, getting all the way around on that one.
Managed to find speed into and out of that second hit.
I can imagine dropping in switch on that first hit. It's probably not the best for speed, having to get that spin around there, and there's that switch right 7, and then capping things off with the left side double 12. So 2 double 12s in his run. So comparable to some of these other guys who also had multiple double 12s, Nico, and a few of the other guys who are up in that top 10. So he's going to bump himself right up in there.
All right, time to play the score game here with one competitor left to go here in round 1. Keep in mind, this is just the first of 2. After we get the score for Alex and we get our final competitor here in the run order, we will go back up to the top and give everybody a second run here. Dylan Marino sits in the bubble spot right now with a 68 flat. Top 10 transfer on into the final. We've got Yingbo Sun from China, 18 years young, due up next to round out the run order here. They're teasing us here, Pete, with the score.
I know. Those judges, they like to take their time. They're big talkers.
Well, see, they can hear us, and now that you've said that, they're going to be like, oh, we're going to show Pete.
Wow.
Pete and Jimmy want numbers in a hurry, but we're going to make them wait.
That's fine.
So 85.5, that puts Alex right in the mix, so that'll put him in the number 6 position. So now it's Evan Marino on the bubble. So you need almost a 70 to get in. It's a 69.50 is your cut.
I'm saying you're going to need probably in the 80s to make it in after second run. These guys are looking to bump up these scores.
I'm writing that down. Mark it 8, Donnie.
Write it down.
I just did.
Quote me.
There you go. So Yingbo's son, 18 years old, out of China, going to round out the run order here.
Looks like he's from the same hometown as his fellow countrymen. What's the name of that hometown?
Listen, I was going to make you walk that plank.
Get started with the switch left, 540 into the switch right 7, working that one around, losing a little bit of speed there, but he's getting it back with the left side 900 into the right side 9. So back-to-back 9s in the middle of his run. There's the nice flare. Nice run there.
I'm going to give it a shot. Yilin?
I like it.
Okay.
I'm going to go with it.
I'm sure somebody will text me
we'll go
and
ask him later.
phonetically spell it out.
Yeah. But a nice full
It's a good
pull
research tip for later on. We can go find out.
It is.
We got
Something
time to
do.
walk around,
Yeah.
be amongst the people in between
Have
our
a
next
coffee.
event. Yeah. Maybe a Mountain Dew kickstart.
Yeah, that's all you.
Well, listen, you got to get some branding in there. So round one is in the books, and the big story here, David Wise and Noah Bowman into the 90s. It's a 93.50 and a 91.50. However, we've still got plenty more to go. We've got round two coming up here from the Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota when we come back.
The world's best slopestyle riders came to the Rocky Mountains, and the course was magical. Mark McMorris would get things started off. The creativity was amazing.
Yeah, and it really was Mark McMorris who kind of lit the judges on fire. Unleashing a litany of tricks up in the rail section, and then the first triple cork that went down in the final just really set the judges' pens on fire. And then it was all about everyone feeding off of what McMorris did in run number two. Red Gerard starts to light up. The local here brings his flavor to the upper part of the course. He's no stranger to putting together the combos that get the big points on the rails.
The reigning Olympic gold medalist would lay down an amazing score of 93. It got the judges and the fans' attentions, as well as the rest of the competitors. Defending champion Ståle Sandbæk now was the next man to be heard from. His score was good, not as good as Red Gerard's, a 91 plus, so it had him in the conversation.
Ståle, his spins are flat, which arguably is much harder. As you see Ståle right there with the little hand drag 360, but then it was into the jumps where Ståle let loose on his triple line.
Another American that looked so good in this competition, young Brock Crouch. And this score really got everyone's attention, including fellow buddy Red Gerard. It was a 95.66 for Brock Crouch, and that would put him into the lead.
Basically, Brock came in and set the tone for what would go down.
Rennie Rinnakangas coming to us by way of Finland, sending out the positive vibes all day long in a different line.
Towards the bottom, Rennie was almost out of speed and somehow managed to do a gigantic switch double backside rodeo 900.
This run would put him into second place just behind the American Brock Crouch, 93.66.
Brock Crouch still in the lead though, with a lot more heavy riders yet to come down.
And Red Gerard on his final run.
It all came down to kind of setting up the bottom three jumps. The triple would get things done, switch triple backside 1440.
Red Gerard goes into the lead with a 97.33. The defending champion, Stali Sandbach, would have the final say on a beautiful course here at Copper Mountain.
A little bit of a teaser, a look back there to snowboard slopestyle there at Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2020. We've got the qualifiers for men's slopestyle coming up later on. Todd Richards and Brad J will have the call for that one. However, you guys still have to hang out with myself. I'm Jimmy Coleman and Pete Arneson here for the next 45 minutes or so. Why, Pete? Because we've got round number 2 here in the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. It's David Wise sitting in that top spot with a 93.50. Evan Marino is the bubble at 10th right now with a 69.50. It's the better of your 2 runs that count. Top 10 moving on to the final. We started all over again with the Chinese competitor. He's 20 years old. This is Bingjiang Miao starting it off in round number 2.
Get things going up on that looker's right wall. Starting things off forward with the nice left double 12. Landing that one clean, following that up with the right side 900. So good start here. A little more amplitude than his first run. The down the pipe flat spin 5 with the Japan into the right side 1080. Wrapping that one around, losing a shoe.
That's a tough break right there. He was 19th from his first run score at a 41.50. So had some work to do here in that second round. So that is not going to be enough. There's a look at your top 8. Remember, it's a 10 cut. What you don't see on that graphic, Ben Harrington sitting in 9th. And as I mentioned, Evan Marino sitting in that bubble with a lot of skiing left to go here. We have 22 left in the lineup here. Best run that counts, best run score you can get is 100. If you're just joining us here at dewtour.com. We're moving right along. Things are happening fast out here. You got Hunter Hess coming up next. Hunter's sitting in that top 10 as of right now. He's in that number 8 position, had an 80.50 coming out of Bend, Oregon. Getting a little loose there at the top of the pipe, Pete.
A little head shake side to side.
You know, you got to keep it limber out here. It's a long time in between these runs.
It is, especially with this wind and cold, but
we weren't talking about that.
It looks like it's improving.
We're not allowed to say that anymore.
I'm
Every time
saying
one of us
it.
says it, it just happens again.
The vitamin D's out there, sun's coming out. Welcome to Copper, beautiful place, great half pipe.
The rest of the weekend looks absolutely stellar weather-wise, but here we go. Run number 2 for Hunter Hess.
Hunter getting things started. There's that down the pipe double flat spin, reaching back
no.
with the tail and just losing it there in the flat bottom.
Well, he's got an 80.50 that first go-around, so that's got him in as of right now. However, he's going to have to nervously watch for the rest of this comp here. You'd like to give yourself a little more breathing room than 2 spots, so we will see.
There's a look back, see him reach back, get that tail grab, and he comes around. It looks like he's on the wrong edges there. He wants to be on the uphill edges to transition into that next wall, and just slipping out on that icy pipe.
He's getting a little bit of a snow stample there, so tough break for him, but he's still in for right now, so down but not out. Kevin Roland looking for some work to get done here. He had a rough go. That first run had a 24.75. Do not count this gentleman out. He is a veteran competitor and the elder statesman in the group at 32 years old. We're about to unleash him for run number 2 out of France. It's Kevin Roland.
Kevin dropping in. Had a good run going there on his first one. Get things started with the switch left 7. Taking it back a little bit, not as much. There's the right side double 12. Just sitting back, but still going into the left side 9. Lead tail grab there. The right side 9. So back-to-back 9s. Kevin looking to another hit here. Down the pipe 5. So not exactly what he wanted, but getting a landed run. We'll see where that puts him. It's going to be close.
Again, at that number 10 spot, it's a 69.50. And Kevin, like we said, first run, he was down there in 23rd.
And if we look back at Evan's run, who's sitting in 10th place, it was a very solid run. Kevin's run had a few mistakes mixed in there. You see on this right side double 12, he misses the mute grab, which doesn't allow him to pull through the trick and land clean. But he kept it going with back-to-back 9s and a 5 there at the bottom. We'll see where the judges put him.
We'll have to wait and see. See when that score populates. So moving on right now, Dylan Ladd. He was in for a little while there. He finds himself in the number 13 position with a 59 flat. We'll keep you updated on that Kevin Roland score, but right now we move right along with Dylan Ladd.
Dylan get things started. Down the pipe double, getting to Japan. Just a little back seat, but keeping it together into the right side 9. Followed that up with a Little air to fakie. The switch right 7, so not exactly what he wanted there. Little bobble on that first hit. There's the flare. So not quite what he wanted, but still piecing together a run there. But I'm not sure if that's going to get him in, Jimmy.
His 13th pre-run. By the way, Kevin Roland bumped up from 23rd into 18th. He ended up with a 47.25, so not enough to get in. So Evan Marino is safe for now as we play the score game here.
Unfortunately, Dylan with a couple backseat landings there, and that's not going to do it for him.
Yeah, he's going to have to settle for 13th for now, as we see Brendan McKay's name being highlighted on the scoring monitor here in the confines of our comfortable little tower here. That means he is coming up next. So again, Evan Marino sits on that bubble, safe for now with a 69.50. However, he's got another run coming up later.
Let's go, Brendo. You got this,
he's going to get a chance
Come on,
to
Brent.
answer back. But Brendan McKay right now sitting on the outside looking in. He's in the number 16 spot. So here we go. Unleash him onto this pipe here. You're going to start it off from skier's right. Had a 49 flat in the first go around. See if he can get it down here in round number 2 from Calgary. Just giving it a beat here.
The wind swirling around a little bit at the top. We've seen some breaks in it, though. It seems to be kind of piecing together for these guys.
That's kind of what they've been talking about throughout the day, that this was going to start cycling through and be out of the area here. Give us clear conditions for the rest of the weekend.
Nice big switch alley-oop to get things started. Followed that up with the switch down the pipe 7. So back-to-back switch hits into the right side 900 lead tail grab. The left side double 12. Nice and clean on that one. Definitely an improvement. Back-to-back double 12s there. So a huge improvement from his first run. Brendan McKay putting it down.
So again, 16th pre-run, he had that 49 flat.
You
can hear the reaction.
He's moving up.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So here's a look back at that first hit. Big switch alley-oop 5, locking in that grab. So back-to-back switch hits, and then he went into the 9. Here's a look at that one. Lead tail grab, capping that grab. Judges like to see you grab all the way out on the tip of the ski. Increased difficulty on those ones. And then here we go with the back-to-back double cork 12. So 3.5 rotations, flipping twice, mirroring those tricks with the same grab too. Nice run there from the Canadian skier.
So what is it going to be? Evan Marino sitting in that 10th spot with a 69.50. Things are getting kind of dicey here in this second and final round. Taking a look up top here at our next competitor. This is Binghong He, currently in 19th with a 44.50. So it looks like Brendan McKay did bump up there, as we see Ben Harrington's name slide into that number 10 spot and Evan Marino slide down to 11th. We'll get you an update on that, but right now we have Binghong He from China on course.
Getting things started with a nice switch 720 into the right side 9 there. Nice left 9, getting that lead tail grab, alley-oop flat spin Japan. Much cleaner so far than his first run. Down the pipe, flat spin, nice run top to bottom there. So definitely an improvement from his first run score. I'm not sure if it has the difficulty that's going to bump him up into that top 10 to make it into finals, but a huge improvement.
That bubble now is a 71. We're creeping closer to your prediction. You called that bubble spot in the 80s. By the way, Brendan McKay got into the 90s. That was a 90.75. So he's in the number 3 spot behind Noah Bowman.
Must have had his poutine. There's a look back. There's that left side 9. So yeah, an improvement, but not bumping him up into that top grouping. A nice showing, nice skiing of the pipe.
Yeah, just a 1/4 of a point there on the improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. Up next out of Steamboat Springs, got Samson Schilling. He was in there in that top 10 for a little while. He finds himself in that number 16 spot again. You now need a 71 flat or better if you're going to get into the top 10.
Getting things started on that left wall with the left side double. Late mute grab on that one. Good way to do that grab. Air to fakie, coming in switch to his 3rd hit. The switch down the pipe 7, reaching back behind his leg with that Japan. There's the right side 900, getting that tail grab. the left side 900. Good amplitude on that one. Nice run there from Samson. Still can't see his legs, Jimmy.
That's what happens when you rock the camo out
Doesn't
here.
get old. I think I'm just jealous. See him reach down for that late mute grab on the left side double cork 12. Into the big air to fakie. Holding that safety all the way through. That switch down the pipe 7, reaching back behind his leg, getting that Japan grab. So good variety of grabs all the way through, and pretty good amplitude top to bottom. He showed a consistent amplitude, which is what the judges are wanting to see today. It's going to be close.
So again, to tell the story here, 16th pre-run at a 54.75. We've seen that bubble score change. Evan Marino, who we'll see later on, is on the outside looking in as of right now, but it's Ben Harrington sitting in that spot. So a 63.25, that's only going to move him up 2 spots right there, so that's not going to do it. An improvement, but tough break there. Not going to be able to make it.
Yeah, Noah. When the judges at this point are kind of jammed up there in the 60s, so they're just trying to get their ranking. The numbers may not show a bigger run, but.
All right, so taking a look at our next competitor here.
Noah.
He sits in the number 2 position. The first year we saw score into the 90s out here today. This is Noah Bowman holding on to a 91.50 from round number 1.
Noah Bowman, your favorite skier's favorite skier, coming in, switch with that nice switch down the pipe 9. So mixing up his run. There's that switch, capping that grab. Oh, just landing a little bit forward there.
It's all right.
He's pretty safe with his first
number
run
2
in that
spot.
91.
Yeah. He got his work done early on right there.
Nice looking bowls too. I have the same ones.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
Shout out to Jason Aarons.
You getting commission there?
Yeah, probably not. Might get another set though.
Just putting ideas out there. Trying to get you on the flow there, Pete.
So Noah's gonna keep that first run score, 91. That's gonna hold him in that second place position. We'll be seeing him in finals.
Yeah, and again, he got his work done in that opening round, so it gave him the comfort, the buffer, if you will. Simon D'Artois, he's currently in the top 10 as of right now. He sits in that number 8 position. He had an 85 flat that first go around, but there's still quite a few names left on this start list here, so you'd love to give yourself a little bit more breathing room, and we're cutting him loose here. Run number 2 for Simon D'Artois.
Yeah, Dart definitely trying to improve here. Sitting in 8th place isn't the right spot to be, so getting a huge air to fakie to start. There's the switch left down the pipe 900. Backing that up with the switch right side 720. Into the left side double 12, getting that mute grab. And the alley-oop double flat 7. Nice run from Dart, no touch on that last one.
There you go, trying to bump up from that 85, give yourself some breathing room here. Again, top 10, moving on into the finals. Let's take another look from the second run.
Gotta love that air to fakie to get things going. Into the switch left, down the pipe, 900. Safety grab on that one. So right into the 2 back-to-back switch hits. And then the back-to-back doubles to cap things off at the bottom here with the left side double cork 12. And then the alley-oop double flat 7.
That one's actually going to be the throwaway run. He got a 79.25, so he's going to have to hope that first run of 85 flat is enough to hold on again. He's in that number 8 position as of right now. Followed by Hunter Hessen and Ben Harrington rounding out the top 10. There you go. I don't have to glance over there at the scoring monitor anymore. There's your current standings from 9 on down. Again, it's a 10 cut. We got Jackson Horter in for run number 2. I believe he's in the number 16th position.
Get things started. There's that double flare, getting the tail grab on that one. Nice run so far. The right side 7. Tail coming in switch with the switch down the pipe 7. Just touching that mute grab. And the alley-oop, double flat spin. Oh, just going down on that one. Tough fall there.
Well, getting up right now, or attempting to at least, as we see the medical staff getting up to tend to him. So able to roll over under his own power and attempting to sit up, so that is a good sign right there. So as we let Dew Tour Medical tend to him, we take a look at the standings here. And again, we keep talking about that 10 cut to try to get into the finals, and it's not just about the Dew Tour podium out here this weekend. This is an Olympic qualifier. We got the big one coming up here.
The big show.
In February. Over in Beijing. Are you going?
I'm not. I'll be watching from home.
I will as well.
Yep. With my wife and 2 dogs. Shout out to my wife. She's watching right now.
These are your overall standings as of right now. Ben Harrington sitting in that bubble spot with a 71 flat, who still has a second run yet to go. So there you go, able to stand up under his own power. So you never like to see that happen, but you do love to see it when they stand up and walk or ski away under their own power. So shout out right there to Jackson Order for taking a knock right there.
That's a tough one with those alley-oop doubles. That seems to be one of those tricks that if you're just barely off, man, that's a tough fall.
It's just tough when you get pitched to the bottom of the transition like that. You just don't, there's nothing to absorb at that point. You just kind of get rolled over.
There's a reason I was not a half-pipe skier, Jimmy. That's because I was scared.
I mean, this thing's daunting. I mean, 22-foot walls, and I mean, you can see right there. I mean, it's a monster of ice out there that you have to contend with.
Absolutely
as we get
terrifying.
the pipe slippers back out there. So we haven't kind of rehashed this here in round number 2. Let's talk again about that judging criteria. We might have some new viewers in the audience here, Pete. Let's talk about what the judges are looking for.
They're looking for progression, amplitude, variety, execution, and trick difficulty, and all those together are what they're going to get for an overall impression score for that run. And what they're doing is they're comparing each run. They're ranking each run to see who ends up in that top 10.
So taking a look at our top 3 as of right now, we've got 3 big scores in the 90s here as we tell the tale of Men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. Taking a look at some highlights of what's gone down so far.
Seen some great skiing, even with the weather conditions so far. Doesn't seem to be affecting speed as much as we thought. Seen some really good runs out here at Copper.
Definitely seemed to improve from early on in round 1 and seen more improvement here in round number 2. But today it's all about making that 10 cut and trying to get into that final. You just got to chip away at the little pieces throughout the weekend here, Pete. Burke Irving coming your way next. Again, shout out to Jackson Horner. Keep those positive vibes and well wishes going his way. We'll get you an update on him when that becomes available. Burke is on the outside looking in, down in 21st out of rough go that first run. Here we go, second final attempt for Mr. Burke Irving.
Burke's definitely one of those guys who has potential to jump up in that top 10, getting things going to the left side, double 12, already in a huge improvement to the right side 9, capping that tail grab. There's the left side 10, seatbelt Japan, reaching around his body, switch right down the pipe 7, and then finishing it off with the alley-oop flat 3. Cool variety of tricks there and a much better run for him.
Think that's going to be enough to get in there?
He's going to be close.
That was so committally non-committal.
I wanted to.
He's going to be close, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
How close, Pete?
Oh, I think he has the tricks. He has the amplitude at the top. It kind of tapered off a little at the bottom, but he's still doing style tricks mixed in. I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped up into that right across the bubble range, right into that 7, 8, 9 spot. Nice run from Burke. There's a look at that switch right 7. There's a cool look at that down the pipe cork 3. Oh, last hit, there's that switch hit again. There's that down the pipe cork 3. Just a different variety, very hard trick. Not a big spin, but not a whole lot of guys that can do that trick right there. So we'll see what the judges end up doing with it. What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, if Ben's in that 10 spot and he does get bumped, he's going to get a chance to answer right back because he is our next skier. Take a look at Burke there in the corral area. But Ben's up top. And it is a 79, so you called it. He's going to slide into that number 10 spot. Burke Irving just squeaks in there as of right now, so that's going to bump Ben Harrington down to 11. So right now, he's going to get the chance to answer back. It's a little bit of a chess match going on out here in the Superpipe at Copper Mountain.
These guys are playing chess. We're down here playing checkers.
Just dropping more references out here.
On course, Ben Harrington getting things started. It's the left side double, nice amplitude. Oh, and just landing a little back seat.
That's a tough break right there. He just gets edged out, and this was the chance to answer back, and it is not going to happen here for Ben Harrington. That is a tough break right there.
But a great showing on his first run. Really put it down, and he's right in that mix. I mean, he's not far off from some of these top guys that are putting down runs. So good showing from the Kiwi out here at Copper.
Well, Burke jumped up there into that last transfer spot, gave himself an 8-point differential between him and Ben Harrington. So we will have to see how the rest of this unfolds. You got Miguel Porteous coming up next. Miguel's just a couple of spots outside of that top 10 right now. He sits in 14th here, pre-run with a 65.50. We send him in for his second final attempt.
Get things started, switch with the switch alley-oop, flat spin. Landing high in the transition, carrying speed into the switch down the pipe 7 Japan. The right side double 12. Oh, just a little hip check and that's it. Not what he was looking for on that one, unfortunately. Miguel not putting it together. He will end his day in 14th.
Well, Burke Irving safe for now. Good 10 skiers left to go here. We're almost to the end point here. Got Aaron Blunt coming up next out of Crested Butte. He is in the top 10. As of right now, he sits in that number 5 spot up there in the high 80s. He had an 86.75. Looking to be fairly safe here. Moving on into the next round. It's looking like he's going to start things off over here from skier's right. People on the mountain out here today. I think this place to be bumping.
They're out making turns. The good snow fell overnight. They're out there getting those turns right now.
There we go. Aaron Blunt coming in hot with a good clip of speed here.
Aaron starting off. There's that right side double 12 tail grab. Backing that one up with the left side 900 lead tail. To the right side 1080 lead tail. Nice run so far here from Aaron. Switch down the pipe double. Oh, just barely sneaking that one around. So a little glimpse of what we might see from him in the finals. So there's switch down the pipe, double flat spin, but just not quite getting that one around. Maybe landing a little low in that transition. So look back at that first hit, the right side double 12. See him reach back for that tail grab. A little bit into the left side. There's the right side 1080, setting himself up switch here. So as he comes into the switch down the pipe double, popped off the wall a little too hard, landing low in that transition and just not quite sneaking it around for another hit. But Aaron will sit with that first run score, keeping him in 5th place.
Yeah, he got it done in that first round. So 5th place, not a bad spot to be here with, I believe, 9 more skiers left to go. Dylan Marino up next, another Canadian here in the lineup. He finds himself just a couple of spots out, just kind of knocking on the door, Mr. Arneson. He's in 13th pre-run. He got a 68 flat that first go around.
All right, Dylan dropping. Come on, Dylan!
He's going to start it off from skiers left. And here we go. Second final attempt here for Dylan Marino out of Calgary, Alberta.
Big amplitude on that first hit. Oh, and just kind of scrubbing down the wall, not getting it around. So unfortunately, not what Dylan was hoping on that one. He is not going to make it in that top 10. But great skiing, tons of amplitude on that first hit, just not quite bringing it around clean.
So with 8 left to go, coming up next, you've got your current leader, David Weiss, sitting in that top spot. Followed by him, we're going to see Lyman Courier and Cassidy Gerald. Nico Porteous, Hunter Carey, Evan Marino, Alex Ferreira, and Yingbo Sun round out the order here. Look at that monster score out of him in round number 1. He had a 93.50. Your current leader in for run number 2, David Weiss.
Dave dropping in, get things started with the switch down the pipe, 720, locking in that Japan. Into the right side 9, lead tail grab. The left side 9 shifty. He's just kind of cruising on this one, sitting in 1st place right now, saving his best tricks for finals. There's that little flare there at the bottom. So Dave locking in 1st place right now, 93.5. He's safe. he'll be in that top 10 going into finals.
Yeah, out of our final 7, we've got 3 as of right now that are in the top 10 here. You got Lyman Courier's currently in there, Nico Porteous and Alex Ferreira. You got Nico sitting in 4th, Lyman sitting in 6th, and then you got Alex sitting in number 7 right now. So out of our final 7 here, only 4 are on the outside looking in. As we tell the tale here of Men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier, presented by our friends over at Toyota. Speaking of the devil, there's Mr. Courier right there, 86.50.
Yes,
first round. Has him in that number 6 position here. Lovely view looking down into the Copper Mountain Village and Interstate 70 there, traversing across Colorado.
It sounds like something up there, Jimmy. I'm not going to say what it is, but it sure sounds like something.
Indeed.
Starts with a W, ends with an N.
We stayed away from it. We're not jinxing it for these last 7 skiers. Here we go. Lyman Courier, second final run.
Lyman dropping in switch. Nice big switch down the pipe. 720 with the Japan. The right side 900. Lots of amplitude out of Lyman. Left side double 12, landing high in that transition. Huge alley-oop flat spin with the mute. And Lyman going for that left side double 14. Lyman Courier making a statement out here, Copper. Woo! He is not happy with that 6th place. He is looking to move up that leaderboard, and I think he just did it.
Excited at the end of that run, and rightly so. Take a look at the height here as we roll through some highlights.
All the way through the switch left, starting that one up into the right side 9, reaching back in that Japan. There's a look at the left side double 12. So 2 left side doubles in this one, the 12 and the 14. First 14 we've seen today. There's that alley-oop flat spin 5. I love the way he rips that mute grab. And then the left side double 14, bringing it around to switch. Clean landing. See as he pulls this one around and then rotates all the way around to switch. That is definitely an improvement. We'll see where it puts him.
So we had an 86.50 that had him in that number 6 spot pre-run with 6 competitors left to go. So an 88.75, that's going to bump him up only 1 spot. However, it'll put him in the number 5 position right there. So again, you just got to make the 10 cut getting into the finals. So it's David Wise, Noah Bowman, Brendan McKay, Nico Porteous, now Lyman Courier, and then Aaron Blanc sitting in that number 6 spot. Alex Ferrer in 7th, Simon D'Artois in 8th, Hunter Hess in 9th, and Burke Irvin's on the bubble with a couple competitors left to go. You got Cassidy Gerald on the outside looking in right now, sitting in that number 23 position.
Getting a speed push in, starting things off with that left side double 12, landing high in the transition, into the right side double 12, back-to-back doubles, both directions. Left side 1080, coming in switch with the switch right down the pipe, 720. Nice run so far. Capping it off with the big, oh, going down. Oh no. What a great run top to bottom, and just going a little too big and running out of pipe.
Just got a little whiplash at the end of that one too, but he pops right up out of that one and skis off. But man.
Oh, what a great run top to bottom. Unfortunately, just going down on that last one. We look back at the back-to-back double 12s. Starting it off hot. Carried good amplitude all the way through his run too. Let's look at that left side 1080. So 3 full rotations coming around switch. And then here's the last one. I think he just ran out of pipe, Jimmy. Maybe just landed a little low. Yeah, just not quite enough vert on that wall. Whipping back. I would be done for the season.
I was going to say, that was nasty at the end right there, but popped right up from that and just skied off like it was no big deal there. They're going to have to stay in that number 23 position. Nico Porteous currently sitting in that 4th position. Then 89.75, just knocking on the door of 90s. After that, we'll see Hunter Carey, and then Evan Marino, Alex Ferreira, and Yingbo Sun. So of our final 5 here, 2 of them are currently in the top 10. Of course, Nico, we just mentioned, and then Alex Ferreira coming up in a couple of skiers. Alex is sitting in that number 7 spot. So He's coining a phrase that you used earlier. Maybe Nico using this run to give us a little look-see, little teaser to what we'll see in the finals later on this weekend.
Well, he definitely has more gas in the tank. We know he has the 16s. Maybe I should say a little more petrol in the tank. Petrol in his ute. So we'll see what he has.
You're so politically correct.
Well, I like the Kiwis like to hear it, and I like to give it to them.
Hey, I support you, sir.
I'm a big fan of the Kiwis. Here he goes, dropping in on that looker's left wall, starting things off switch with the switch right down the pipe 900. Better grab on this run than his first one. There's the switch double 10, keeping it together, gaining amplitude in the right side double cork 1260. So back-to-back doubles with the left side double 12 into the alley-oop flat spin Japan with the shifty. So improving and definitely increasing the difficulty there. We'll see where that puts him.
He was close to the 90s there from that first run, just knocking on the door here. Up there, had that 89.75.
Look back at his first hit here. Here's that switch right 9. You can see grabbed that mute grab, ripped it back all the way through into the switch left double down the pipe 1080, coming around forward, and then he went both ways, double cork 1260. So back-to-back doubles. And then a nice, big, stylish alley-oop flat spin with the shifty there. So definitely a top-to-bottom run with a good variety of tricks from Nico.
Well, he finished second here at the Grand Prix on this very mountain just last weekend, and putting himself in yet another final here, making it 2 weekends in a row. We'll see if that score does improve, as you said. We got up next, we got Hunter Carey, who's currently on the outside. Burke Urban's still hanging on with that 79, by the way. We haven't talked about the bubble in a while. Burke is still hanging on. He got that 79 flat in his second run. He bumped Ben Harrington down, and Burke has been hanging on tough. And Nico Porteous finds himself in the 90s. It's a 91 flat. So he will bump up 1 spot. He was in 4th. He now finds himself in the number 3 position. So nicely done right there, and a little bit of a teaser as to what you might see out of him in the final. Taking a look at our current standings here up the top of the pipe as we take a look at Hunter Carey out of Winter Park, Colorado. Hunter down in 18th position as of right now.
Okay, Hunter, good to go.
With only 2 more skiers left after him that are on the outside of that top 10 looking in. As we keep mentioning, Burke Urban, he's in that transfer spot right now with a 79 flat, which has held up thus far.
Yeah, bud.
Hunter, 19 years old, and he is off here, started off, entering the pipe from skiers left.
Get things going with a nice double flare. So flipping twice, coming around into that right side 1080, just sneaking that one through, setting himself up switch for the switch left down the pipe 720 into the right side 900. And finishing things off with the left side 900. So back-to-back 9s at the bottom. We'll see if that's an improvement. Definitely piece that one together, showing back-to-back tricks.
We got Evan Marino on deck, followed by Alex Ferreira. Alex is in that number 7 spot. We take a look back here to Hunter's second and final run.
Here's a look at the double flare, double 900 there into the right side 1080. And backing that up with the switch down the pipe 720, reaching back behind his leg, locking in that Japan grab. There's the right side 900, and then following that one up, the cap off his run with the left side 900. So we'll see where that one puts him. I don't know if that's going to break up into the top 10, but a nice full pull for him.
This is yours. Let's go.
Well, Evan Marino sitting in that number 12 spot with a 69.50. He's in for his second and final attempt. Can he get it done?
Bringing lots of speed, getting things going with the big double flare. Nice clean landing at the top of the wall there into the right side 900 tail grab. The left side double cork 12, holding that safety grab all the way through to the right side 720, setting up switch for the switch left double 1080, sneaking that one around and walking it through. We'll see where that puts him. A couple little bobbles there with the skis and the flat bottom, maybe a little added snow, but a nice full pull there for him.
Okay, again, we're going to have to play the score game here and watch that board. We take a look at some replays.
Get things started with that double flare, holding that safety grab all the way through into the right side 900. Just maybe ghosting that grab a little bit. Judges want to see you really lock those grabs all the way through. Nice run, and then he comes to the bottom here with the switch left down the pipe double, landing a little bit low, and you could see his edge just kind of catch on that downhill ski, but keeping it together and skiing out of that one.
Well, that's not going to be enough to do it, so we now know that everybody from 9th place on up is safe. So from Hunter Hess on up, we will see all of those names in the final. Alex Ferreira, currently in that number 7 position, so he has marked his spot in the finals already, using this as a dry run going into that final event.
Starting off with the switch down the pipe 1080 tail grab into the right side double 12. Nice rotation on that one, not as flippy. Into the left side 900 tail grab. Right side 900 tail, so mirroring those 9s and then capping it off with the left side 10. Just kind of feeling the pipe out. He knows he'll be in finals. He won the last Grand Prix here. He's got more tricks up his sleeve. So we'll see more pole whipping and landed runs out of him, I'm sure.
Yeah, today was getting through the weather, making that 10 cut and just earning yourself that spot. Then you can change up the strategy moving forward into the week.
Well, it'll be interesting too, because it's going to be a completely different pipe on the day of the finals without the new snow, without the wind. So we'll see different runs, a lot.
Oh, for sure.
More amplitude, a lot more spinning, and we'll see what happens.
Going to finish out that number 7 spot, but as we mentioned before, he's punched his ticket to get into the final. So we have one more skier left to go. So Burke Irving's going to have to watch one more run here. Hope that 79 flat holds up. So there you go. That mysterious shining orb in the sky has decided to make an appearance out here. Taking a look at your standings, David Wise with a 93.50 from round 1. Noah Bowman with a 91.50. Then you take a look at the bottom half, Hunter Hess in that 9th spot. Burke Irving, he got his work done in run number 2 with that 79 flat to just edge out Ben Harrington. So he's going to have to wait and see how this next run, or this last run, I should say, all pans out. By the way, we have 6 Americans in the top 10 here going into this final beat. If you're playing the country game.
It's going to be a fun country game in the next month to see who makes those spots for the Olympic team.
Yeah, trying to earn their mark on Team USA going into Beijing here. Speaking of China, our last competitor here out of that country, this is Yingbo Sun.
Get things started with the switch 5 down the pipe with the Japan grab into the switch right 7. Coming out a little open in that one, into that left side 9, sitting back, but pulling through. There's the right side 900, so back-to-back 9s in the middle of his run into the flare, and then one more hit for him at the right side 1080. Oh, and just going down on that one, so it looks like Mr. Burke Irving might be safe.
And that 79 is going to hold up. You were close. You predicted 80s. I'll give that one to you. You're only a point off. I'll give you that one.
I think I said high 70s to 80s, and then I got a little confident.
You got ahead of yourself.
I got a little confident.
And you called it straight 80s.
So I'll have a conversation with the judges.
I gave it to you, man, and you just had to go and undermine it right there.
So Ian Meter is sitting in that judges booth right now, and he probably had it out to get me. He didn't want to put those scores in the 80s. Here's a look back at the top runs from today. Nico Porteous, back-to-back doubles, tons of style out of Noah Bowman, the Canadian. Always good to see him out skiing well, and I know he has more tricks. There's another look at that down the pipe. And then David Wise going for another Olympics, seeing how many gold medals he can put up on his mantle down there in Reno, Nevada. And skiing well.
So there you go. The weather started to agree with us a little bit more here towards the end than it did at the top of the competition. However, the show had to go on. And here we are. The Americans definitely came to play out here as 6 of them move on into that final. So it's going to be an all-out brawl later on the week to put yourself into the Dew Tour podium in history books and try to earn themselves a spot on the U.S. Olympic team going into Beijing here in just a couple of months. It's coming up, and it's coming up fast. We're not done for the day yet here, Pete. There's your final standings. Look at that. A couple of 90s. It was 90s early on here in this competition. You got the U.S., Canada, New Zealand represented here. Tough break there for Ben Harrington. Just gets bumped out, but Burke Irving notches his spot to make it 6 Americans in the final. We're not done yet, Pete. We come back a little bit later on. We've got women's ski superpipe qualifiers presented by Toyota, so we get to do this all over again and watch the women try to punch their ticket into the finals.
I can't wait to hang out with you some more, Jimmy.
There's plenty more to come here from the Dew Tour at Copper Mountain here in 2021. We thank you guys for watching. Stick around. We'll be back a little bit later on here for women's ski superpipe qualifiers.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Toyota. Let's go places.
When I think about like what initially drew me to riding halfpipe, I think it was really guaranteed airtime.
Just when I saw snowboarding, it just was like eye-opening, and I just really saw the sky was the limit.
2 feet or 20, as long as you come back down 6 inches under the coping, it's like you never left. And that's the feeling that hooks everyone.
What amazes me about pipe riding is like they go big. Some kids just really sends it.
People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
When I look at the pipe today and I think of where it came from to where it is now, the thing that doesn't change is whoever is going the biggest is the winner.
People like that danger factor. It's just what drives people to watch sports. It's nuts.
It's just come so far, but I don't think it's changed that much, the reasons why we do it.
The halfpipe is the essence of freestyling in snowboarding. It's kind of like all the other stuff came after with freestyle.
I grew up a vert skater on the East Coast and predominantly skated vert because that's really what we had, skated ramps. And when I had started snowboarding, originally I was like, oh, cool, I'll just do whatever I do on my skateboard. And it was so wrong because it didn't translate very well. A couple years went by and snowboards got better and the equipment was better. And I started to see half pipes in magazines. You started to see this parallel of, wow, you can really make it feel and look like skateboarding. In my fantasy land, I was like, okay, well, once we get a half pipe, it's just game on. I can just pretend to do all the things that I ever wanted to do on a skateboard in a snowboard half pipe.
When you look at halfpipe riding and where that began, you know, the Tahoe City halfpipe is kind of like this early thing in snowboarding. And when you look at snowboarding now, sure, it's on the Olympics, and I think the core snowboarding community kind of thinks it's rad, but dude, this is like part of the core of our sport of catching air.
My local resort was actually making a halfpipe. I couldn't really picture what a halfpipe was in my mind. I've seen some pictures. One kind of sticks out. It was Craig Kelly doing a slob air, and he was just leaning really into it. And I didn't understand where he came from because, you know, how did he get in that position in the air? But later, I found out that was a half pipe.
And front side lane, like number 16, Craig Kelly.
Tenny Mountain Snowboard Bash is the very first half pipe on the East Coast. It was 2 piles of snow that a snowcat pushed up, a bunch of shovels that everyone brought them from home, and you just went out there and started digging away at transitions and trying to scoop these things like you're scooping sand on the beach. It was just all wacky and out of control all the way down.
If you were lucky, the sun didn't melt it out in a day or two, or you get a bunch of snow and now it's filled up and you got to do it all over again. It took a lot of time, a lot of manpower. They weren't even that good, but we were loving it. In those early days, because we were trying to essentially replicate skateboarding onto snow, the half pipes were built to mirror a vert ramp. The wheelbase of a skateboard and the effective edge of a snowboard are really different. There was a limiting factor in that you just needed a more elongated transition, and that's when things started to play with bigger transitions to accommodate the sport of snowboarding, as opposed to just trying to be skateboarding on snow.
Somehow, this construction worker from Vermont figured out how to feather a front loader to make perfect 8 or 9 foot transitions in a half pipe. And that was, you know, giant revolutionary leap as far as like smooth transitions. I finally got into the sport and started to see where the other influences were, especially on the East Coast. Was very race oriented. Like, let's go down the hill very fast in between gates and let's go for time. The people that were well established We're not very skate influenced, just alpine, weird, like look like mogul skiing, just sideways.
Yeah, looking good with that neon tie-dye swimsuit on.
As my generation came in, you know, there was guys like Jeff Brushy, myself, Chris Roach. We're all skaters first, and we basically brought the proper ways to grab, because for a long time, it was just wherever your hand hit was cool. And it wasn't until some, like, you know, really Puritan skaters came into this and said, no, like, you don't grab there, don't do this, don't do that. Like, a set of rules kind of came in, and those rules kind of basically dictated style from then till now. When the fork in the road happened, where slopestyle began to become a thing, or free riding and filming became a thing, people who spent their time hiking the pipe became pipe jocks. And I mean, to be good at anything, you have to be a jock. And what is a jock? It's just someone like who's dedicated to their craft, who goes out and trains, whether that means, I mean, back then it wasn't in the gym, it was like just reps in the pipe. We wouldn't ride the lift. We would hike a half pipe from 9 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And that was our jocking out.
Jeff Brushy is the hottest of the East Coast freestylers, and a giant backside air. That's probably the biggest air we've seen.
At this point in time, we're talking like early 90s, late 80s, there was the European riders who were very heavily alpine. But then there was the West Coast riders like Sean Palmer, who they were more freestyle oriented. And that's really where the sport began to go like this. And an event that really personifies that, and really where the fans came out, was the US Open in Stratton.
I feel like if you're not nervous during a contest, then it's like, I don't know, I feel like I always do a little better when I'm nervous.
When something new goes down, it's really usually based off of the rest of the field. You've landed the best you have. You're not in first, so you got to try something even crazier.
Sometimes it's hard to get yourself to do it, and sometimes in the moment of competition, you kind of forget about all those things and go for certain tricks, and that can be quite progressive.
You know, the longer you sit there at the top, the trick's gonna get no different. You're just gonna get more scared.
That's the best pressure to have, it's just from yourself.
For most of us, that feeling of perfecting something so difficult is the real reward.
It's an opportunity to really ride at your best. So the more that you do that, the better you're gonna be.
In the beginning, it was all happening so fast. We knew nothing but competition, and that was how we all traveled as a circus. We were, every single weekend, we were either in California, or we were in Vermont, or we were somewhere across the planet, but we all went as a pack. We didn't realize what your impact was on snowboarding culture as a whole until, once again, the US Open. Where it was like, you went to where the fans were, the real fans. It was like the truly passionate people that really just were excited that you were there to show them the best riding on the planet. At this point, the US Open was the biggest event of the year, but then it started to become commercialized, and we started to see it on, on TV, and people were coming after it and seeking snowboarding. The household names of snowboarders started to kind of basically happen. They became these icons of the sport.
The whole thing was so cool. It was changing every day. These guys were one-upping each other every day.
Go bigger than Brushy and Palmer. That was a good recipe. I thought, like, if I can be as technical as Craig and go as big as Palmer, then you can win contests.
you started to become aware of people knowing who you were. And that was like insane. And then to be a part of that where like you were maybe influencing another generation was crazy.
I grew up, I think about 9 miles from where the US Open was. And I went there as a spectator, you know, long before I was a competitor. I remember getting Michelle Taggart's autograph, seeing Trisha Burns compete, Shannon Dunn, and I remember waiting in line to get Barrett Christie's autograph.
Been competing in the halfpipe all year, and as you watch her style, you can see why she does so well. She does a lot of the difficult.
Those are some of the women that I really just looked up to, and seeing where those women had taken snowboarding, all of a sudden that became a reality for me. I saw Nicola do back-to-back sevens, and I thought, I can do that.
When we look back, if something never changes, if everything stays the same as far as terrain and format goes, then it's a very hard place for snowboarding to grow. I think snowboarding's always kind of had that progression, right? Because we're strapped in, I think it allows us to obviously just being loose, you know, chucking a back seven for your first time on a snowboard, you're probably gonna be okay, you know, like chucking it on a skateboard or surfboard, your feet are flying. So, you know, snowboarding really lends to that spinning.
It wasn't until the very first X Games where they brought in a format that was best run of 2. And that's when the progression happened because you could throw a run away. That's where we saw, you know, someone did the first fakey-to-fakey 720 in competition. And there was like, you know, there's moments in snowboarding that you can see that are like pinnacle moments, like when Terrier unveiled the Hawken flip, the inverted fakey 720.
The Hawken flip was like a cab upside down accident, or like, I think we were trying cab to McTwist.
Or like Mike Michalchuk brought his version of a backside 540 to the half pipe. So he basically just did a backflip on the backside wall and kind of changed the trajectory of snowboarding in that way.
Todd Richard, got the wet cat.
And then, you know, some of the Europeans came in and they showed us that the 1080 was possible.
Was there a little bit of a grudge match going on? You came in second to Terrier Hawkinson at the Worlds at South Lake Tahoe, and today you squeezed him by 0.3 of a point.
The only grudge match between Hawken is because he blasted me in the face with champagne at the Worlds, and he ran away from me, and I couldn't get him back.
There's been great rivalries since I was a kid. Rivalries make it just that much more fun and that much more intense.
Rivalries are always fun. This has existed in sports forever. David versus Goliath, right? This is the nature of competition.
There was always people that I looked at that were problematic in my quest to try to stand on top of the podium when I was like in full contest chomping mode. Terrier was one of those people.
The Terrier-Todd rivalry was huge, especially because Terrier was this kind of like mystical figure that you were lucky to see. It was like a Terrier sighting.
He was the best. And in order to bring the best out of you, you always need the boogeyman.
I just remember I wanted to go in the pipe and try to have more fun than everybody. And having fun was going bigger than everybody.
When he came to the events, you wanted him to do good just to keep the legend going, but Todd was my guy, so I was like, give him a run, Todd, you can beat him, I don't care.
Todd Richard is a really good competitor. I only felt him as a threat if I crashed.
I wasn't even thinking about him. You know, I would watch his run, but it was all about me trying to like do the best run I possibly could.
Just seeing those two battle was really exciting for me. Todd, I think, really became the first great technical halfpipe rider.
But after that, you know, this was coming up into the Olympics in 1998, and honestly, Terrier kind of bowed out of competition right around 1998. It's kind of when he disappeared from halfpipe comp.
Obviously, somebody that don't know by now, it's you help building up a sport. This other federation comes in just for the capital, and they start sports dictating all these people. and basically just taking a format somebody else created. And I understand a lot of people want to go to the Olympics and have their face on the cereal box and get to a late night show. But if I ever regret not going to the Olympics, I wish I had gone. I'm like, no.
When I think about the history of the Superpipe, I imagine, you know, those drawings of like the caveman, you know, turning into like the businessman running.
Terrier is incredible. I hand plant. Oh, he slid down the wall a little bit. That's going to slow him down.
We were hunched over. It hurt a lot, to now it's just these huge, colossal, perfectly manicured things. I think right around 98 is really when the pipe began to change. Going from 12 feet to 15 feet seemed like a lot, but it just made sense. It was just so much easier for us to ride it. It felt like you could just flow through the walls instead of fighting to stay in the half pipe and not flying into the middle of it. There was a couple people within snowboarding that were really instrumental in working with the people that groomed the pipes. Frank Wells was one, Jimmy Scott was another, and they really worked with the guys that were cutting the pipe to make the best possible walls for us to ride.
So I started working at Snow Summit, Big Bear Lake, Southern California in 1992. I was part of that era where we were still digging them by hand. That was how they were done until a really big game-changing moment, which was the pipe dragon. The first pipe dragons had essentially a conveyor belt system that took a series of metal panels and shaved upward on the wall. It was saving so much time in hand digging and creating such a good consistent shape. So as the tricks got more progressive and demanded that the pipes get more consistent, bigger transitions, cleaner, consistent walls, that only allowed tricks like double corks to all of a sudden become part of the equation. Anything Terrier's doing has always been revolutionary to the sport. He started creating the Arctic Challenge. It was definitely placing a higher emphasis on big transitions, whether it's pipe or quarter pipe. I think that definitely had a bearing on what's possible and then ultimately what would shape where things went with half pipe riding.
So I decided actually, let's just make the pipe bigger because we have straps on, we can go a lot bigger than skateboarders. But that's when we started the Arctic Challenge. They went from 12 feet to 15 feet, 18, 20 feet. And that's kind of like the birth of the super pipes. We were hand shaping them. So we just started focusing on the quarter pipe then. It was really cool when people felt it was a little safer because there was more tranny to ride. You can actually see how big we can go.
Now, when you go from 18 feet to 22 feet, this is where the whole animal changes. If you drop into a 22-foot deep super pipe right after you rode an 18-foot deep super pipe, and you took the same amount of speed, the amount of centrifugal force would squash you in the bottom of that transition because it's just so much more. 18 foot, you can ride straight up, straight down. 22 feet, now you have to take a line that goes down the half pipe. You're no longer riding it like a pendulum. We went from like having 8 hits, now we're down to 5 or 6. So it's a lot of adapting. It's so different than what it was.
I remember when snowboarding became an Olympic sport in 1998, and I had recorded that competition on a VHS tape. I knew then and there as a 14-year-old that this was exactly what I wanted to do. If you look at the 2002 Olympics, that kind of flew under the radar. Salt Lake City was unlike any event I'd ever been to. I knew that I had to pull out all the stops and do my run the best I had ever done it. I went bigger, faster, and did my run more perfect than I ever had, and I won the Olympics. It was the first American to win a medal, and it was snowboarding.
We heard Kelly won gold. And so we're like, okay, that's some good momentum. And I just said, what was it like out there? She's like, it's insane. I go, what do I need to do? Tweak every grab as hard as you can and just go big.
There hadn't been a US sweep in a very, very long time at the Olympics, and all of a sudden it happened with the sport of snowboarding. Snowboarding was thrust in the mainstream America.
So in between 2002 and the next Olympics in 2006, this little kid Sean would show up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hit up the pipe.
Around 2004, I remember Sean not being so little anymore and starting to win everything.
Making the Olympics for United States snowboard halfpipe team is never easy, as you know, but something changed, and the main difference was the name Shaun White.
When I was 16 years old, I had this amazing breakout year. So 15, I didn't make the Olympics, and 16, I pretty much won everything I entered. Once I got a taste for it, that's all I wanted. There was no other place. It was second place, third. I mean, I just wanted to win.
Shaun White has won his first Burton US Open.
It was the Shaun show, and he'd been waiting 4 years to win that Olympics, and he showed up and did it. He delivered. That was big.
By the time my turn came around to compete in Torino in 2006, it was a highlighted event. All the eyeballs were on it, and when I won, it changed everything for me.
Sean was like one of the first people that I've seen play chess with snowboarding. It's probably the most brilliant competitor that the sport has really ever seen. That was really the big breakout moment for a superstar in snowboarding.
In 2009 season, right before the 2010 Olympics, the sport changed big time, specifically at the New Zealand Open.
The half-pipe trick selection changed to, I want to do a 1080, but I want it to be kind of double dipped. That's going to add another flavor for the judges.
These guys show up flipping twice, and we're all looking. Only 3 guys had double corks, really. The rest of us are looking at each other like, seriously? Great. How do we do this now? Who wants to try this? No one.
I'm not only spinning 1,080 degrees, but I'm also flipping twice.
It was a lot to comprehend. I remember watching that final and just going, are you kidding me? It jumped overnight. I mean, that was probably the biggest leap I've seen in the sport ever. We saw Louis Vito drop in and do the first frontside double ever in competition. Sean went after and did one.
Sean, Mason, and Luke, their air awareness was unlike many at the time.
Luke Matrani had one, and it became a doubles comp.
Luke was on like a whole other level, almost like gymnast style. The double corks brought in new fear that you would deal with. A commitment maybe is what I would call it.
I've been waiting my whole life to see him land something like that, and I know he has too, so I'm proud of the kid. Proud of my little brother.
A whole new game these days, Everybody's doubling. People are a little scared. Me, myself, scared for sure.
It wasn't the same game before where it was like kind of cool, loose. The stakes were too high. Going from corked spins to double corks, just the danger and the speed level and the amplitude it takes to do all that was big time. It was pretty scary. Hands down, that's all it was scary. You ready?
The credit I would give is really to Sean and Kev. Those two had this head-to-head combat going with who was gonna push the level of half-pipe riding beyond what it was. You know, we had big goals. Sean made his own half-pipe and went to go learn these tricks. Foam pit. Kev saw that happening and was like, fine, I'm doing the same. Kev calls up Nike, wants his own half-pipe with an airbag, and he brought all of his friends. He brought Jack Matrani, myself, Luke, and was just like, let's learn these tricks. And my mindset was like, let's do this. At that point, though, it didn't feel like snowboarding was changing, but what it did feel like was, what's my double gonna be? When you're doing a double, like, you better commit to going upside down twice, because if you go 1.5, things are going wrong. I wasn't scared whatsoever until 2009 when Kevin had his brain injury. I mean, we thought he was maybe dead or a vegetable for the rest of his life, and all from wanting this trick that he felt like would make his run that much better than the next guy. I was getting really mad at snowboarding because, and these tricks, because it like damn near killed my friend, and it was just like, is this worth it?
Canadian freestyle skier Sarah Burke has died from injuries sustained in a training accident earlier this month. The 29-year-old died 9 days after crashing at the bottom of the Superpipe during a training run in Utah.
When Sarah passed away, I just thought, this is it. I am done. I don't want to risk my life.
Burke was the best-known athlete in her sport and played a big role in getting freestyle skiing added as an Olympic sport starting in 2014.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it, honestly, that she died, because she was the star of skiing, and you don't think that stuff happens to people like that, and it did. It was rattling, and especially right after Kevin got hurt so severely the year before, it was just like, I was out.
When things switched to the 22-foot wall, the entire way that you rode a half pipe really changed. It was a real dividing point in the sport where it really stopped one entire generation, and a new generation really started from 2010 on. Apart from Sean and I, there was a handful of people who made that jump, but the fundamental aspects of the sport changed dramatically.
Halfpipe has changed, tricks have changed, but the one thing that has remained the same since 2006 was this kid from Carlsbad, Shaun White. You had been competing with him at that point. You had seen that he's become this dominant force. I was doing the commentary every single weekend. It was like Shaun was winning. Like there was no way he wasn't going to win. Did you at any point predict that he would reclaim the gold medal and take himself to this new, even crazier place than he was before?
I think we all knew leading up to that 2010 games, the only one who could even touch him or had a chance at him was Danny Davis.
The story about Danny Davis is this: he has every trick necessary to take top honors here as well as make the Olympic team.
Danny Davis had that unfortunate accident and got hurt right before the Olympics. And so once Danny was out, Sean just had to show up and do what he could do, and then he did.
His drive to win is push progression to where it's at. I mean, that's why it is so dangerous, because he's trying to do tricks that other guys can't do or don't have, so he can go in and just have it locked up. But to do that, you have to risk your life. The stakes are high, but these guys are pros and they all want to win, because if you win, your life changes for the better, as long as you don't mess it up. When you're on the top of the half pipe getting ready to do a crazy run, the most fear comes before you drop. Just sitting up top thinking about it, that's the scary part.
and I would go for a walk. Just get away from people. I just wanted to get out of my own head, talk to myself, you know, basically convince myself I could do it.
It's you versus the half pipe.
I definitely get a lot of butterflies and a lot of anxiety. You just kind of embrace it and then it goes away.
The absolute worst thing ever, you're just like bristling with energy, like it's time for you to go, you run, and they go, hold, we gotta hold.
Everywhere I turned, I was earning my place to be there. I wasn't like given the golden ticket. It just drove me to this place of determination. I didn't care if people liked me. I didn't care if you were a great rider or whatever. I just wanted to win. I wanted to be better than you. I wanted to take what you had. But that was my world. It was based off of winning. And it was achieving what people said I couldn't do. I think that was the biggest thing, is that everybody said that I couldn't do it.
Oh yeah! Give it up for Shaun White! I was watching Shaun White on darn near every talk show you could see. I saw my snowboarding going was amplitude and polishing up my edging, and how can I get to the level that Shaun's at? And maybe I wanted some of his fame, you know, I don't know, but Shaun was going through this huge explosion and bringing snowboarding to Rolling Stone magazine, the Today Show, every mother in America and father and kid, like they all knew Shaun White, and Shaun was really putting the sport of snowboarding on display, and it was starting to really become this thing that was really impressive for people to watch.
Even after I won everything, I still had to like create these things in my mind to drive me to that place. Honestly, up until Sochi, that was my motivator.
It almost seems like it was like this snowball rolling downhill at this point where like progression was going.
I'd agree. When I saw Shaun do the first backside double McTwist in front of my eyes in New Zealand, I just told myself, that was when I was really starting to think about retirement. I was like, this is over. So I saw that and I said, I'm done. He can just have that. And I think a lot of people, no one even really tried it. He was sitting on that trick solo for years and he had the pipe locked up.
Then we have all these other players now. We have these young Japanese kids that are in there.
Ayumu Hirano, holy cow. Ayumu is on one here.
We have the force of Danny Davis.
Another big McTwist. Thank you very much. Check, please.
Scotty James.
Scotty James, who can execute these big spins and multiple flipping tricks, but they've found a way to crack the code of having like a different look and a style.
It's mind-blowing what Scotty's doing, what those guys are doing.
Send that one off of one of the... Wow.
We have Yuri Podlachikov.
Oh my goodness. Comes into the double cork 1080 frontside. He's got it. Wow.
Yuri learned Shaun's double McTwist 1260.
Into the double McTwist 1260.
Invented the cab double 14, aka what he named the YOLO flip. So it was the iPod show, and the rest is history.
Nice. There it is. Gets that around twice. Frontside double cork.
You know, we used to get nervous, and you still do. But I think the difference between 02 and even 06 to the 2010 and 14 games specifically is that these guys are nervous now up top to perform and live up to their expectations. It really kind of went from this surfy skate thing to almost UFC octagon type deal.
To think where we are right now in terms of what is possible, it is insane. It's the one thing in snowboarding that you can look at and you can't argue with. People going huge.
The halfpipe is the essence of freestyling in snowboarding.
You can go head high or you can go head high.
Wow, he's flying. That's really what it is.
It's jaw-dropping.
Having the guy behind you being able to take a different line than you took.
Tricks get bigger, spin, flips, numbers increase.
Massive!
I think that's why the halfpipe is such a rad venue. It's this zone that you can look at.
It's that air. People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
You're trying to progress and be your best, yet take down your competitors at the same time.
It's amazing what they do now. They go big. Some kids just really sends it.
It's like a festival down the side of the pipe. The screaming when someone does a really good air. You've got to risk it all to gain it all.
It's all muscle memory. All these tricks these guys are doing, they've done on snow or into an airbag so many times that it's muscle memory. It's like a golf swing or a free throw or throwing a football. Your body should know how to do it. But sometimes your muscle memory fails you or the trick goes haywire.
Put your hands together for Chloe Kim. Big backside air to get this run started off.
Chloe's one of the most naturally gifted snowboarders I've ever met. And you combine that with her work ethic.
Wow.
And it's just game over.
Huge frontside 1080.
Chloe Kim has pretty much redefined what women's halfpipe riding is.
I love when she does something she doesn't have to do.
She's going bigger and as fast as the guys, basically.
Back to back tens. A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim.
It's just awesome. Like that, for me, makes me more proud than seeing her, just stand on top of the podium.
She's just a gamer. It's so fun to watch her compete. I'm a huge Chloe Kim fan myself.
Peace Park is something we've been kind of experimenting with for years. We dreamt this up because it was just getting stale riding the same stuff. We were going out and riding the same halfpipe every contest, every photo shoot. We were just getting bored. For us, it's fun when you introduce new features, new transitions, new terrain to ride, sort of taking that skate park feel and putting it on the mountain. Things like Peace Park, Modified Superpipe, lend to showing up somewhere and not knowing what your run's gonna be. Really, that's something that kind of makes it fun.
I think the Modified Superpipe is so cool. Is it gonna be a hip into the halfpipe? Is it gonna be some sort of rail feature in there? So I'm a big backer of it.
Modified halfpipe is one of the best things, I think, to happen to halfpipe skiing and snowboarding in the recent years. Just kind of adding a new flavor and new, almost skate park approach to a format that definitely has an expiration date on it. So I think it's super important to kind of ingest creativity, and I'd say the Modified halfpipe almost exposes the people who can't ride all around as well. And I think that's cool.
Having something fresh and new to ride is important for the sport.
Riding halfpipe, you definitely have to have a serious love for it. You land 6 inches to the left on a halfpipe wall, 6 inches to the right, you're done. Definitely something you gotta have a lot of love for because it is really intense. The weightless feeling that you have riding a halfpipe, you can't really get anywhere else on skis. If you love it enough, it's definitely worth it in my opinion.
What I really liked was getting a lot of jumps in a really short period. And if you did land them, you would ride smoothly. It would just feel good in the transitions.
Once I got in it, I was just hooked. It was such a scene and it was such a cultural hangout. Unlike slopestyle and the other things where it's all spread out down the whole mountain, halfpipe's just right here. And you can see everything everyone's doing all the time. And it's a really pretty intimate experience.
It is so unbelievably nuanced, and I think that's why I loved it, because perfection is elusive, and the finish line is always changing. You're always learning something new, and it never got old for me.
What drew me to the halfpipe was that it was just the easiest thing for me to catch air. dig a toe edge in and rip across the flat bottom and blast a frontside air and feel like I'm Noah Selaznick or something. It unlocks a little world that I can't tap into anywhere else.
When I watch the half pipe today, I feel kind of like I'm watching a fight. I'm scared, but I'm really happy, and it's all these emotions because it's gotten so dangerous and so radical that you're kind of on edge. Then when they pull it off, you're just so happy for them, and it just creates this feeling of lightness and energy that I love it. I still love it today more than I ever have.
When I look at the pipe today and I think of where it came from to where it is now, to the size of the walls, to the equipment, to all these technical tricks, the thing that doesn't change is the guy going the biggest is going to get the biggest cheers.
The future of the half pipe is more crazy, mind-blowing tricks and a solid big 22-foot pipe. I think you're going to see triples come into play. I think you're going to see back-to-back 14s be a thing. It's going to keep progressing. But I also think you're going to see this other parallel of modified pipe. You're going to have that, and then I think you're going to have the main 22 heavyweight title fights. That's what I hope to see.
I feel like we're in a transition phase, the youth, myself and the guys that I grew up competing against. We're all kind of standing side by side on the podium now.
You need to have the young guns in there that are pushing you to keep riding.
It's kind of our job now to make sure that that perception of snowboarding sticks, and we do the best we can doing that.
Scotty James.
I think what's coolest about half-pipe riding is that it involves some of the best parts of snowboarding. Its history is super rich. It's fun to watch. It makes me feel like a sick surfer. It makes me feel like a sick skater. Half-pipe is a huge part of what snowboarding is. It adds so much to the sport and brings so many people into it.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Circle K. Take it easy.
I wailed. I cried harder than I've ever cried in my life. Just all I kept thinking was, just somebody help me. Just, there's gotta be somebody out there who can help me. Like no, I've come too far. I've done too much. Like I'm living my dreams and I'm living my purpose, and there's no way that this is all going to be taken away from me right now. Something had to change to get me through this. Otherwise, I was going to lose even more of my leg, or potentially just not walk again. I feel like at times angels come into our lives. They don't even know they're angels, but a doctor stepped into my life who totally helped my situation. He was willing to jump in, step out of the box, do things that other surgeons weren't willing to do. So he went in, did a surgery where he stretched out all the arteries of my left leg so more blood could flow. Right after that, about 2 days later, I started doing the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. This is the hyperbaric chamber. 3 hours a day, 5 days a week for 6 weeks straight. And that was the first time that I realized, I haven't cried, I haven't been fearful, I haven't had anxiety, because I felt like I'm doing everything I can to heal myself. So even though I'm not walking right now, I just got this leg made so that I can ride my bike. Just so I can move my body, build muscle. Hopefully the more muscle I build, the more circulation I'll have. And so I'm just doing baby steps right now. And my first step really is just riding my bike and getting strong again. Over time, my body has created new pathways. Like the blood used to go through this artery down to my lower leg, and now it's like branches from a tree. All these new arteries have sprouted up and are rerouting the blood around the injured area. I mean, for me, I feel like it's a miracle. It's like no doctor can do that. No surgeon could have done a better job than what my body did. This year's been a lesson in self-acceptance. Because what if I can't walk again? What if I can't snowboard again? What if I don't do the things that I did before again? For the last 20 years, I've been motivating people by standing on stage or what I share on social media about overcoming your obstacles or your challenges, and this is how you do it, and this is how you stay positive. And then suddenly I was put in a situation where I have never felt more scared or fearful or hopeless in my life. And I'm looking at these other things that I used to share, and I'm thinking, I need to take my own advice here. It's not about the outcome. A good life is about appreciating the moment as it is. It's not about stepping back into our old lives. It's about stepping forward into our new lives. Being mentally and emotionally flexible to change and conform to the new. This is the way I did it before and how I plan on doing it again. This is a letter that I wrote myself right when I got home from the hospital after losing both my legs. I was 19 years old. Okay, so let's see if I can do it. Okay. I'm here and I'm alive. And I know why I'm alive. Because I wanted to be. Oh, I can't do it. Being able to snowboard like I do, or being able to dance, being able to work out, just doing all the stuff that I do. It's taken 20 years to get here. So to now possibly lose that was terrifying. This was the first time that I felt limited. This is the first time that I felt pain, that I felt disabled at times. This is the first time that I've had to heavily rely on others, like my husband, Daniel.
I love you, babe.
It's not easy. I'm used to being so independent. This has given me a completely different perspective on what so many people go through. It's made me more of a whole person because I'm experiencing the depths of life, like the highs of life, but also the lows of life. It's like, you know, everything's still so raw for me right now. I want to be able to kind of share the things that I've learned and that I'm learning along the way. So, for the second time in my life, my world has flipped upside down. And for the second time in my life, it makes me want to cry, but I'm fighting to walk again. I think it does just add to the work that I already do. I try to relate to people, whether it's on stage or through social media or just in person, so that they feel like they're not alone. From me to you, whatever you are, be it all the way. What I've seen just through social media, like when I share my story, the amount of people who share their stories and what they're going through makes me realize just how many people are going through struggles and obstacles and challenges, no matter how big or how small. We relate to each other when we're vulnerable. You know, those stories we're scared to share, the stories that we feel like embarrassed by, or that make us feel a little bit uncomfortable, sometimes those are the stories we should be sharing because they make us human and that connects us all. Okay, so this is it. I'm here and I'm alive, and I know I'm alive because I wanted to be. I feel stronger by my choice. I see it in my eyes, I see it in my smile, I see it in my skin, my family, and my friends. I'm more fulfilled now, more than I was before, because I shed my shell. And I feel comfortable with that, because I've accomplished so much just by being here right now. And just having enough faith that the universe is my guide, and everybody around me are my angels, and I'm theirs. I have no feet, but I have my spirit, and my passion to learn are my wings. We can get so attached to thinking like life will begin when I'm better. And in our minds, we think better means what we were before. But, you know, you can be even better by just embracing where you are today. It's not about stepping back into who you were, it's stepping forward into who you could be.
Amy Purdy with a story of perseverance and an inspiration to so many. And Pete, we are so fortunate to have her. She will be here on site on Friday for the Adaptive Bank Slalom event, which makes its return here to the Dew Tour at Copper Mountain. So she'll be here on the host set with, I believe, Brad J. and Todd Richards will have the call for that one. But she has such a great story, and as I mentioned before, an inspiration. And we're happy to have her here, so tune in Friday. But we've got one more event to go here today from Copper Mountain. I'm Jimmy Coleman alongside Pete Arneson. And well, Pete, slopestyle course is closed for the day. They decided to move that one on. We'll get you schedule updates for how that's going to go throughout the rest of the weekend. But weather was the name of the game. We had a front that moved in overnight. We had some crazy winds. We had some blizzard conditions. And were you lucky enough to get those lovely phone alerts at 5 o'clock this morning?
That is what woke me up. I thought it was my room alarm going off. I started slapping the room alarm, and turns out it was my phone. So.
Yeah, it was wild. And they were talking about potential zero visibility situations on I-70, which is Copper Mountain. If you've never been here before, it's literally right off the interstate. But the winds were a big issue. We got some snow, not a ton of snow. It did slow down the speeds in the pipe and the slope course, of course. I just doubled up on that one. But the name of the game earlier for the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifier was the wind. I mean, those conditions were bad from the start, and it's kind of tapered off now out here today.
Yeah, and the men handled it in that contest. I mean, speed didn't seem to be as much of an issue as we had thought it would be, and it has improved quite a bit, so we'll see how it goes for the ladies.
Trying not to jinx it by talking about it like that, but it was pretty bad to start, but everybody rose above. Taking a look back to how things went down earlier this morning into the afternoon over there in the men's Ski Superpipe Qualifiers presented by Toyota.
Quite a stacked field out here. Skiers from the U.S., Canada, and New Zealand making it into finals. So look back at Noah Bowman there.
David Wise, your top qualifier with a 93.50. It was a 10 cut. We had 23 competitors in that qualifier. The top 10 moving on into the finals. And interesting to note, since this is an Olympic points qualifier here, we had 6 Team USA skiers in the field going into the finals, and they're all trying to vie for those last couple of spots on the USA team coming up with the Beijing Olympics looming in February.
Yeah, points to be had from this contest, and these guys are really trying to make one of those top 4 spots to get on that U.S. team and be able to compete for the USA in Beijing.
And it's been a lot of time here at Copper. You had the Grand Prix here just last week on this very same pipe. You had just down the road Steamboat. You had a big air event. So everyone's kind of been in this neck of the woods for a while. But taking a look up top of the mountain there, the sun decided to come out for a little while. Not too much with the wind. There appear to be blowing snow up there, so that's why you see a lot of that flying around. But that was the big story. I mean, visibility was also a problem, as you could see from our views, because we're at the bottom of the pipe. But some of the camera angles, I mean, you could barely see the start structure.
Yeah, snow blowing in off the top of the pipe and over into the pipe, creating somewhat of a snow-nado, Jimmy.
Listen, you better hang on to that one. The Weather Channel's going to get wind of that if they're watching, and they're going to take it from you. You better trademark that right now.
One of my life goals.
We talked about David Wise being your top qualifier, but it was Burke Irving. Let's tell that story. He was on the outside looking in. As we mentioned before, it was a 10 cut. Ben Harrington was sitting on that number 10 spot with that 71. Burke Irving in his second and final run got a 79 to bump him out. Ben would follow, had a chance to answer back, but he had a fall in that second run right off the top, and that was not enough to get him back in. So Burke Irving holds on, and he gets that last spot going into the final. And again, the weather is kind of the key out here. That wind just kind of keeps popping its head up out here. But let's talk about the women's ski pipe qualifier presented by Toyota. We have 16 athletes in the field here, and we're basically cutting it in half. Only the top 8 are moving on. Just like the men's event, it's 2 runs. It's the best run that counts, and the best possible run score you can get out here today at the Dew Tour is 100. And you see that tagline at the bottom of that graphic that says overall impression. Pete, let's dive into that. What exactly does that mean? Explain exactly what the judges are looking for.
Overall impression is what the judges are basing off of their criteria. Progression, amplitude, variety, execution, and difficulty. And they're going to use all of those to get an overall impression of the run, which dictates their score. And their score is going to be put in there to rank the skiers as their runs come in, which one's better. So it's just used as a tool.
So you can see the blue skies kind of popping out there at the top of the mountain. Wind's still ripping around a little bit. So it's 22-foot walls on this super pipe out here at Copper Mountain, and it is 575 feet from the top structure there, or from the top of the pipe, I should say. This top structure, or the start structure, is back a little bit of real estate there, and all the way down to the bottom. So 575 feet. So this thing is it's pretty daunting.
Couple football fields long. I don't know.
It's your second football reference of the day,
sir. I don't know if your boy Josh Allen could throw it that far, but maybe with this wind it might carry.
I bet I could throw a football over Copper Mountain, Pete. So again, it's 16 women in the field here, and it is an 8 cut, and there is your start list. We're going to start it off with Britta Sigourney. We're going to run it out with Zoe Atkin, but we're cutting the field in half here today, Pete, so a couple of standouts. Pick out some of your ones to watch for.
Well, I mean, for the Americans, we're going to be looking for Britta to come in there, as well as Devin Logan, the consistent half-pipe skiers over the last few years, looking to get a place on that team. But then we have names like Eileen Gu, who's been dominant in all aspects of free skiing this year and last year in slopestyle, half-pipe, and big air, just coming off the big air win at Steamboat and then the Grand Prix win here at Copper. So we'll see what she has. And then Kelly Silderoo is going to be in the mix as well.
So the name of the game here today, you're trying to get into the final. And of course, this weekend, there are Olympic points up for grabs as we head into Beijing in February of 2022. Before we get it started, though, let's take a look back. It's been almost 2 years since we've been out here with the Dew Tour at Copper Mountain. Let's look back to February of 2020 and how it all went down in the Women's Ski Superpipe Final.
Let's take a look back on how we started the day here on day number 3 in the Women's Ski Modified Superpipe presented by Toyota. The Canadians were dominant today.
Cassie Sharp came out swinging. Run number 1 with 2 big tricks, including a 1080 on the final hit. So absolutely stomping it in the first run. An 85 sitting comfortably in that first place position. But right behind her was her fellow Canadian, Rachel Carker, really fresh to the scene. Back-to-back 900s and some massive airs on the new modified features and just absolutely laying it down.
Cassie Sharp, Rachel Carker, and Zoe Atkin. I don't say it was a big surprise, but she gets herself on the podium, but not before this incident, as Cassie Sharp goes down hard, Tom, on run number 2.
Very, very difficult fall there. She ended up sitting out run 3 and hoping that her 85-point score would hold on for the win. Rachel Carker came in the third and final run, laying down an absolute hammer, but couldn't quite top that 85. Ended up with an 83, so ending up in second.
The Canadians go 1 and 2. Cassie Sharp, Rachel Carker in second, and American Zoe Atkin finishing in third place at the Superpipe presented by Toyota.
Olympics, so gonna see what happens here.
Well, we look up top there. The wind seems to have died down a little bit, so here we go. 31 years old out of Carmel, California. We are going to get the party started out here with Britta Sigourney. Again, it's 2 runs. Best run counts here in the qualifiers. You make it into the finals, you get 3 runs there in the finals. But here today, you just get 2 runs to try to impress these judges. It's the better of your 2 runs that count. Best possible run score you can get here at the Dew Tour. We're working off of a 100-point scale.
Yeah, Britta.
So there you go. See where she's going to start this off from here. She's going to start the party for us here today, Pete. Looks like she's going to drop into the pipe here from skier's right.
Britta known for her amplitude in her run, so we'll see how the weather affects her with the wind and the little bit of snow in the pipe. But she usually gets things started here with a big air off the first hit. Britta dropping in, getting things going with the big alley-oop mute grab. Nice and clean, high on that landing. Right into the left side 900, reaching back for that tail grab. And the straight air safety. Britta keeping that amplitude going throughout her run. The nice left side 5. And then finishing it off with the big cork right side 7. Nice run from Britta Sigourney to get things going.
A great way to start it off right there, as you mentioned before, amplitude and good landings right there. So Britta Sigourney's going to set the bar here to get us going for Women's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota.
Really showing off that amplitude, going big out of the pipe. Judges like to see the consistency of that all the way through her run on every hit. Getting things going. There's a look at that left side 900. So the biggest spin in her run, 2.5 rotations, bringing that one around. And then bringing it down to the left side 5 here, so just a little bit less, but a nice safety grab on that one. And then finishing it off with a right side spin. There's a look again at that left side 5. You can see her reach down with that right hand, get that grab. Judges like to see the grab held as long as possible into that nice cork right side 720 to end it.
So she sets a high bar to get it going right into the 80s to get things started. So there you go, an 80.25. She was just off the podium there at the Grand Prix on this very mountain. Last week she finished in 4th place. As we move on to our next competitor, 19 years old, all the way from Tallinn, Estonia. This is Kelly Silderud.
And Kelly dropping the poles right now because she has a broken hand or a broken thumb. Skiing without him, but still skiing very well. She did very well at the Grand Prix here last week, dropping in, get things going on the looker's right wall with the right side 900 mute, and following that one up with the left side 540 lead tail grab, capping the end of her ski on that one. There's the alley-oop 540, so spinning up the pipe, followed up with the right side alley-oop, so both ways alley-oop 540s, the right side 720 tail grab, into the switch down the pipe 540 to the left, and the switch right down the pipe 540. So mirroring tricks top to bottom. Nice run from Kelly.
But you mentioned her having a good outing at the Grand Prix. She finished 1 spot ahead of Britta. She was on the podium. She finished in 3rd place here just last weekend. As we take another look here from her first of 2 attempts.
It's a little different take of a half pipe run here. Getting more tricks in with less amplitude. Difficulty of the tricks are definitely higher than Britta's, but she's not going as high out of the pipe. And that's going to play into the judges' overall impression of her run. So we'll see what they end up doing with it. There's a nice look at the alley-oop 540 to the right. She mirrored that from the trick before into the right side 720. And Kelly also has 2 switch hits in this run, and Britta did not have a switch hit in her run. So we'll see what the judges end up doing with it.
Just throwing up the hand at the end right there saying, thank you, Copper. Okay, so Britta set the bar with an 80.25. Let's see what the judges think of Kelly Silderud as we have China's Honghui Li up on deck. Kelly just chilling down here at the bottom of the pipe there, sporting bib number 352. So score not in yet. Judges may be having a conversation about that one down in the booth, Pete.
Well, it's tough because they're 2 very different runs. You look at Kelly's run, and she's not going as high. She's getting more hits in the half pipe, as opposed to Britta, who's going much bigger, getting much more amplitude, but doesn't have the degree of difficulty necessarily with the switch hits and with the different variations of spins. So it's definitely a tough debate when you're in that judge's booth, and I can see them right now arguing down there. Ian Meter probably has some sort of opinion.
Would you call it arguing or spirited debate?
Depends on who's in there. Yeah. with that crew, it's more of a spirited debate. They're definitely more lighthearted than some other judging crews.
All right, so the wait continues while everyone's just hanging out down there at the bottom of the corral, just sending some texts, maybe checking out some Instagram there. We've got Feng Hui Li out of Harbin, China, as we take another look at Kelly Silderu's first run.
So Kelly also with a 900 in her run. So Britta had a 9 at the top as well. And there's a look back. Kelly going into those alley-oop spins, so spinning back up the wall as opposed to what's more natural, spinning down the wall. So it's a harder spin to do, to come around and do that into another trick. There's a look at that right side 720. And then the back-to-back switch hit. So definitely very difficult, but she's not doing it as high out of the pipe. So it's definitely one of those discussions that you have to weigh which one needs to be rewarded more versus the other.
So still waiting on that score. While we're waiting, it appears the Snow NATO has managed to find its way into our broadcast booth down here.
That'll happen, Jimmy. Earth is only half the battle.
I was waiting for it. You squeezed that one in there early.
Well,
Good job.
I had to get it in there. I didn't want to forget.
Gold star. There we 88.75. So how about that? I guess the discussion was worth the wait if you're Kelly Silderu. So that bumps her knocking on the door of the 90s there with your only 2 skiers in. First round, there you go. So Estonia sitting in the top spot here as of right now. Again, this is round 1 out of 2. It's your best run that counts. 18 years old out of China. This is Feng Hui Li.
If that's any impression of what the judges are looking at today, they're definitely rewarding the more difficult runs, a little more trick variety. Get things started here with the air to fakie. A nice switch down the pipe 5. Completely corked on that one to the switch down the pipe 360. There's the right side 540, reaching back for that tail grab, maybe getting it for a second there. Into the left side 540. One more hit for the right side 7. Nice run top to bottom. Good variety of tricks as well.
Okay, first 2 scores in, we're in the 80s. You got an 80.25 and an 88.75.
So getting things started with those switch hits. Nice switch down the pipe 540, reaching down for that Japan grab, following that up with the other direction. So switch left 360 down the pipe. So both ways switch spins at the top. Similar to Kelly also having both way switch spins, but maybe not the degree of difficulty because of the spin amount. Making her way down the pipe, mixing up those grabs, reaching down for the Japan there. And here's a look at her last hit with the right side 720 safety, landing at the top of that pipe.
So she's going to check into the 80s as well at 82.75, so that's going to slide her into that number 2 spot right there between Kelly Silderu and Britta Sigourney. Remember, it is an 8 cut out here in the women's field here today at the Ski Superpipe Qualifiers presented by our friends at Toyota. Up next, 19 years old out of Winter Park, this is Svea Irving. Her brother Burke ends up hanging on to make it into the finals earlier today. Could it be a family affair here on the pipe today? Could they both get in?
I could see that happening.
We're about to find out here. She's about to put some work down here in round 1 out of 2.
Svea looking to drop in here on the looker's left side. I like that outfit, Jimmy.
What would you call that?
Salmon.
Good choice.
Yeah, salmon with, it's kind of like the little sections at the bottom of the salmon too. Little patches of different colors there.
Okay, so here we go with a good clip of speed. She's in on rider's rights. This is Svea Irving.
Get things started with a nice alley-oop with the mute grab. Followed that up with the left side 540 Japan. Into the right side 720. Keeping it together into the switch hit here with the switch down the pipe 360 mute. Showing off that grab so the judges can see it. Oh, into the right side 5, holding on. And the left side 5 to wrap things up. Another full pull. So we'll see where the judges put that one. A few little bobbles mixed in there, but making it all the way down. Also having those switch hits in there, so they've been rewarding the trick variety and trick difficulty with those switch hits in the run. So look back, here's that switch hit right there, the switch down the pipe 360. See her reach in front of her, biting and grab that ski, pulling back that mute grab. There's that right side 720. Nice little view grab there, another angle of that one. Almost a Hutney. On the right side 540, that's where she had the little bit backseat bobble there, keeping it together.
She's gonna check into the high 60s there. The 68.75 put her at that number 4 position. Moving right along here, going back up to the top. Another Canadian competitor in the mix here out of British Columbia, 29 years old. About to welcome in Cassie Sharp here for her first of 2. Cassie out here at the Grand Prix last week, finishing in that number 6 position here.
Cassie, a perennial favorite out here, coming off a few injuries, but has been skiing very well. Skied well here at Copper last week for the Grand Prix, getting it started with a nice straight air butte grab into the flare. Nice and clean, landing high up on the wall, carrying speed in the left side 900 tail. Into the right side 3, setting up switch here with the switch left, down the pipe 3. Getting a grab in there. Right side 900. So both ways 900s in that run. First skier to do that so far with the Polish donut into the corral. I love it.
Hear that weird audio effect right there at the end? You kind of went into this whole like tunnel sound. There it is again.
Well, you know,
see what you're doing?
Space is hard, Jimmy.
You're 2 for 2 on those.
There's a look at that flare right there. Landing high on the pipe, carrying speed nicely into that left side 900, reaching back and almost getting that tail grab. There's another look at it, taking off, reaching all the way back around, spinning it around nicely, carrying speed into the next hit. The right side 3, and she followed that up with a switch hit, so also having a switch hit in her run. So we'll see what the judges end up doing with this one. First person with the both ways 900 so far. So definitely upping the difficulty. Here's a look at that right side 900. Landing nice and clean. Nice little carve into the Polish donut.
There you go. You get the slow-mo replay of that.
Love
so
it.
The high mark still to beat right now at 88.75 as we await the score here for Cassie. And she's going to check into the 80s with an 81.75, put her in the number 3 position with Abigail Hansen up on deck. And there we go. Just like that, we're right up to the top. She resides, or she's from Mammoth Lakes, California, I should say. 23 years young. Look, she's going to bring it into the pipe here from the skier's left side. So you got scores of 88.75, 82.75, 81.75, and 82.5 for your top 4. This is our 6th competitor in the run order here out of 16. So you're going through the motions here, Pete.
Also our third American to drop, excuse me. All of them looking to make those finals, get some points to try to get on that Olympic team. Dropping in right now. Getting things going on the looker's left wall with a nice left side 900. Oh, just getting hung up on the coping there and going down.
So a tough break right out of the start. However, the format is 2 runs, best run counts. So unfortunately, this one will be a throwaway, but she's going to get another shot at it here in round number 2. But a tough start here for Abigail Hansen.
Abigail getting going here. See her throw that 900, and as she comes around, her right ski just clips the coping a little bit too far over the top and falls 22 feet down to the bottom. That would put me out for a season, Jimmy.
Yeah, this thing is not very forgiving. And you're looking at it on dewtour.com. It may look monstrous on dewtour.com, but trust me, this thing is even more daunting in person with those 22-foot walls.
Not only that, they're sheer ice.
Yeah.
It's not soft by any means. This isn't powder skiing, and when you fall, you hop right back up. That does not feel good at all, falling down on your hip.
Well, that angle was a good shot of it right there because you can see the bounce off the lip. It just kind of pitches you down, and when you get that last bit of transition, that is no fun whatsoever. So there's your current standings. Kelly Silaroo in a commanding lead as of right now with an 88.75, but we are not even to the halfway point of the run order here. And this is just round 1 out of 2 out of Carbondale, Colorado. She's 17 years young. This is Hannah Fallhaber.
Hannah known for her amplitude as well, going huge off that first hit.
Just blasting right there, first wall in.
Into the left side 720, so following that up with the switch right down the pipe, 360, good amplitude on that switch hit. Nice big flare coming into the opposite flare, so both ways flares back to back. And there's the left side 9, putting it down clean. Nice run from Hannah.
Wasting no time, just going right back over, getting ready for the sled ride back up top. She's not even waiting for the react shot, Pete.
I love it. There's a look at that first big straight air, almost having to open up like she's base jumping up there. Into the left side 720, setting herself up switch here for the switch right down the pipe 3, reaching back, getting that Japan grab. So going big on the switch hit, always good to see. And then back-to-back flares, so showing flares in both directions.
A good carve there. She traveled a good clip of the pipe on that one too.
Wrapping it up with the nice left side 900 safety. Grabbing that safety, showing the judges that she had control all the way through. Very good run. See what they end up doing with it.
I was just going to get you. I was going to get you to do a little score predict here. Where do you think that one's going to be?
I'm going to say that's right up in that top 3. I mean, Kelly's run was very good, but didn't have the amplitude. It had more difficulty in the tricks, but she's going to be right up in that mix.
So that's
somewhere in the low 80s.
81.75 or better. If you're cracking into the top 3, it needs to be an 88.75 or better to challenge for the lead right now. However, it's just about getting into that 8 cut. That'll put her in the number 2 position with an 84.75. So in the early part of round 1 here, the 80s go all the way down into 5th place here. So we're off to a strong start here. Yeah, Annalisa Drew as we look back up top.
Have a fun one.
Out of Andover, Massachusetts. 28 years old, so it's Silderud, Fallhaber, Lee, Sharp, Sigourney, your top 5 as of right now.
Anna dropping in on that looker's left wall. Known for some big spins. We'll see what she has for us today. Getting it started with a nice straight air, getting the safety grab. Into the left 900, nice and clean, high up on that transition, carrying speed into the alley-oop, flat spin. Into the left 540, getting a little down on the amplitude there. Into the right side 540, keeping it together and finishing off with the left side 7.
Somebody must be listening to these Space Force drops you've thrown in, because did you see we had a Space Force height meter there?
It's smart. It's good to have there.
You're doing some branding here, and people are listening, and they're rallying to your cause.
Well, people want to know that space is hard, Jimmy. There's another look at that left side 900, bringing that one around. Pretty good run. There's the alley-oop flat spin 540. She's one of only a few women in the field doing that trick. But ended up kind of losing a little bit of amplitude as she worked her way down. It's kind of big open there.
Yeah.
So a few bobbles. We'll look to improve on those on our next run, but a good run top to bottom.
Okay, Qixin Zhang coming up next. So a 61 flat for Anna. She's going to be in the number 7 spot, so that'll get her in as of now. But again, we're at the halfway point of round number 1 out of 2. And it is the better of your 2 runs that counts. A little bit of glove adjustment going on here at the top of the pipe start structure there. Qixin Zhang, 19 years old, out of China. Getting her first 2. Looks like she's going to send it here from skier's right. Story so far, our top 5 scores all in the 80s here to get this opening round started here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. She is in here in round number 1.
She's another one of those skiers with the back-to-back switch hits. Getting it started here with the right 7 into that switch left 540 down the pipe. Following that up with the switch right 360 down the pipe. So back-to-back switch in the middle of her run. Straight air mute after that, keeping that amplitude going. Right side 540. We'll see what she has for us on the last hit. Left side 7. Nice run top to bottom there.
So 6 hits there, with the highest being 7 feet, courtesy of our U.S. Space Force height meter there.
I'm glad they're here for it.
They're just keeping tabs on it. They're letting you know how many hits and how high everybody's going.
Well, it's only half the battle, Jimmy. Getting going switch here with the switch down the pipe, 540, reaching back, getting that Japan grab, and then follow that up with another switch hit spinning to the right. There's a look at that straight air Japan into the right side 540. So spinning right, spinning left. Judges like to see skiers spinning both directions all the way down the pipe. showing that variety in grabs and spins.
That's going to put her in the top 8. She's in the number 6 spot there with a 75 flat. So now, with Annalisa Drew being a 61 flat, that's your bubble score as of now. I'm saying that a lot because it's the top 8 to transfer on. We have a Korean skier in the mix here. This is Yoo-Hin Zhang, 20 years young, getting the all clear to send it from skier's left. So it's a 61 flat, a 68.75, one score in the mid-70s, and after that it's all 80s going all the way up to the top with your current leader, still Kelly Silderud right now with an 88.75. Here comes Yoo-Hin Zhang.
Dropping and getting things started with the nice left 900, landing high in the pipe, and the alley-oop, reaching back for maybe a little tail grab there. There's a left side 540, lead Japan. Into the right side 360, coming in switch to the skier's right wall, switch left down the pipe 360, the right side 540 safety. So nice run top to bottom there. Switch hits as well.
She's not waiting around for that react shot either.
It's
all business here.
The snowmobile rides are fun.
They're like, hey, I don't want to wait around. I'll get the score when I get up top. Get me on the sled, get me back up top.
Might be a little warmer in their booth than it is in ours. There's a look here at the left side 540. You see her reach back for that Japan grab. Maybe just a little touch there. So not as much amplitude as maybe some of the top women that we've seen so far, but definitely going to be right at the bottom of that mix, maybe sneaking into one of those last couple spots.
So she does with a 71.50. That'll put her in that 7th spot. So now it's Svea Irving sitting there in 8th with a 68.75. So Annalisa Drew just got bumped down to 9th. So she'll have to answer back there in round number 2 to try to make her case to get back in to this top 8 out of Hillsburg, Ontario, up there in Canada. This is Rachel Carker coming off of a 2nd place finish in pipe here. Or, excuse me, Sabrina Kakmakli. Excuse me. Rachel Carker stepping out of this one. So Sabrina Kakmakli in the mix here.
Getting things started. Nice straighter reaching back for that tail grab. Little gust of wind pushing her in there. There's the left side 540 also going for the tail. Back-to-back 540s with the right side after that one. Straight air getting a nice Japan grab in there. Air to fakie safety grab coming in. Switch right alley-oop 3. Coming in for one more switch hit. Switch right down the pipe. Couple back-to-back switch hits at the bottom. So a good run, maybe not challenging up into that top 8, but a good run top to bottom. Not as much difficulty as spins. There's a look at the left 540, followed up by the right side 540. Judges like to see them mirroring those tricks. But definitely a clean run. I mean, these women are looking to land a clean run and see if they can improve on run number 2 to see where it ends up ranking.
So we're looking up top here at Eileen Gu. We'll see what happens there with the score for Sabrina. It's Kelly Silderud is still sitting in that top spot. However, your next skier, she got the win here in Copper. Also got the win in Big Air in Steamboat just down the road prior to this as well. So hold on to your hats, everybody. Representing China, this is Eileen Gu. So Sabrina, she's going to check in with a 57.25. So Svea Irving still holds on to that bubble spot right now with a 68.75. So after Eileen's run here, we're down to our final 4 competitors in round 1, and then we started all over again and get into those second and final runs. So Eileen just giving it a beat here up top. You can see the winds are gusting up. You look at those Dew Tour wind blades at the top of the pipe right there. Yeah, it's getting a little nasty out there, Pete.
Don't talk about it too much, Jimmy. Don't want to jinx it.
I just tried to downplay it a little bit. You just give it a subtle little mention. Maybe it doesn't pay attention. Maybe it finds something else to do.
It's only half the battle. Eileen is a double threat out here at Dew Tour this week. She'll be competing in slopestyle as well. But dropping in here in the half pipe, getting things going up on the looker's right wall. Starting off with the right side 900 Buick grab. into the left side 9, Japan. So back-to-back 9s to get things going. Right side 720, capping that tail grab into the switch left down the pipe 3. Alley-oop, flat spin with the mute. Nice grab on that one as well. And the left side down the pipe 540. Nice run. That is definitely going to challenge one of those top spots.
So Kelly Silderu still hanging tough with that 88.75 as we await some highlights here and the score for Eileen. We've got Riley Jacobs on deck, Jeannie Crane-Mosey, Devin Logan, and Zoe Atkin taking us out of the run order here.
Eileen getting things started with the back-to-back 9s. There's a look at that Buick grab, reaching around her body, grabbing both hands on that ski all the way around her. There's a look at the left side 9, reaching down behind her leg, getting that Japan in there, and then followed that up with the right side 720, capping that lead tail. Well, nice run. Doesn't have as much of the spins as Kelly really with the switch spins, but definitely some difficulty with the back-to-back.
Hey, we're into the 90s there. That's a 93.50, and we have a new leader. Eileen Gu finds herself in the top spot there. So now that bumps Yun Jang down to that bubble spot. So Svea Irving on the outside looking in. So the bubble changes, Pete. It's now a 71.50 with 4 skiers left to go here in this run order of round number 1 out of Oak Creek, Colorado. We welcome in Riley Jacobs. Gonna start it off from skiers right. And here we go.
Doing a couple sets up top, little ode to Maddie Bowman. Get things going with the right side 900, laying that one out nice and corked into the left side 720, sneaking that one through. Switch right down the pipe 360 safety grab. There's a left side 540 right at the top of the coping there. And a right side 5 to wrap it up.
So that'll do it there for number 1 for Riley Jacobs. We got Jeannie Crane-Mosey on deck, Devin Logan, and Zoe Atkin. So Yuhin Jang, now the bubble. The bubble's been a change in here in round 1, Pete.
There's a look back at that right side 9, get things going. There's the left side 5, just a little bit low in amplitude as the run kind of continued. She'll look to maybe improve that in her second run, but still a clean run top to bottom.
Trying to see where that put her in the mix on the scoring monitor there. Hasn't popped up just yet. We got Jeannie Crane-Mosey coming up there. She goes 64.50. So Riley not going to get into that 10 cut. Or excuse me, the 8 cut. She's going to be in 10th as of right now. So 3 skiers left to go in this round, Pete. Let's take a look at our current standings there. How about that run by Eileen Gu? Only one to score in the 90s thus far with a commanding 93.50.
Well, and the scary thing is she has a few more tricks to mix into that for finals, so she's going to be tough to beat here this weekend.
Like I said, coming off the win on this very pipe just last week when they held the Grand Prix here at Copper. Out of Park City, Utah, 25 years old. About to welcome in Jeannie Crane-Mosey.
Jeannie starting things off, dropping into the half pipe right now. The left side 540, wrapping that one around, backing it up with the right side 5, so back-to-back 5s to get things going. Nice straight air Japan, really showing that grab off for the judges. Into the right side 7, so landing switch coming in backwards to this wall with a switch left down the pipe 5. Nice run there. See where that ends up putting her. She's going to be right in that mix as well.
I haven't really I haven't really held your feet to the fire here with score predictions that much on this one. I have to throw you. I think you walk the plank here in the next round.
That one is going to be mid-50s, Jimmy.
Mid-50s?
Yep.
All right.
Mid to low 50s.
I'm going to get you to claim your bubble spot score like you did in the men's comp.
I'm still thinking we're going to be in that upper 70s, right around 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
Marking that down.
Like Jeannie's score came in at a 54, so that would be a mid-50s, would it not?
It would, sir. See?
I've done this before.
You're just once or twice? Yep. So that'll put her in 13th as of right now. 2 left to go in round number 1. Yes. All the way from a little place called West Dover, Vermont. She's 28 years old. We get set to bring in for her first 2. This is Devin Logan.
Devin, always one of the favorites out here, now residing in Park City, Utah. I was lucky enough to spend a few days at her house en route on my honeymoon. So I got to hang out with her and her boyfriend, Travis. Devin getting things going here. Nice big straight air Japan. Followed that up with the right side 5 Japan. Getting that grab in. Into the left side 540 Japan. So back-to-back 5 Japans, mirroring those tricks. There's the alley-oop. The left side 7, bringing it around switch, coming in for the switch left alley-oop. Nice run, and Devin landing that one clean.
So our bubble spot still holds up as of right now with a 71.50. Keep in mind we still await the score here for Devin's first run, and then we have Zoe Atkin to round out the run order.
There's a look back at Devin with those back-to-back 5s, mirroring those tricks. So doing the Japan grab on both of them, but spinning in opposite directions. Here's a look back at her last trick, that switch left alley-oop, bringing it around, almost getting a little snow snake there in the bottom. And a nice run for D'Lo. Always great to have her out here.
Yeah, she's been a part of the Duke Tour going all the way back to 2010.
She has. Definitely one of those ones. Also, shout out to Deb for coming to my wedding. Good fun.
You're giving all kinds of shout outs
well,
today.
I mean,
I'm not knocking it.
She got to stay in my van. She had a good time. Travis came too. We enjoyed ourselves.
Hey, look, and she just got herself right there on the edge of the cut with a 73 flat. That puts her in that number 8 spot. So now it's a 73, and you called it. You called it high 70s, low 80s. So we're inching ever closer to your prediction.
Well, I mean, Ian Meter's really my only person that can mess that up. And he is sitting in the judge's booth, and he's messed a few things up before, so we'll see.
Like today, or just you mean lifetime in general in your friendship?
I don't want to dog him.
You're not throwing him under that bus?
No, I'm throwing him under the bus. I'm just not backing over him yet.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, we're right now out of Park City, Utah. This is Zoe Atkin. I hope they can hear us down there.
Huge left 540 to get things going from Zoe into the right side 720. Switch left down the pipe 7. So back-to-back 720s, alley-oop, flat spin with the Japan. Nice run shaping up here for Zoe. Coming in, switch again with the switch right down the pipe 5. So both ways switch spins. Nice run there from Zoe.
And that'll take us out of round number 1. So we'll take a look at some replays here, see what the score checks in with for Zoe. And then we go back up top, and it's round 2. And then we're moving on to the finals.
There's another look at that left side 5. Look at her get that mute grab, slide her hand all the way out towards the tip on that one, showing the judges complete control. Followed up with the right side 720. There's a great look at her. Look at her reach down right in front of her binding and then slide her hand all the way up towards the tip. A much more difficult version of doing that mute grab, but shows a lot more control. Then the switch left. Down the pipe 7, so the biggest switch spin we've seen so far in the women's contest. Definitely think that's going to jump her up into the top 8. We'll see where she ends up getting, but I would assume it's going to be up in one of those top spots.
And your assumption was right on the board. 87 flat, that'll put her in the top 3. So the 80s go all the way down to 7th place at the conclusion of round number 1. So Devin Logan gets bumped out. It's now Kishin Zhang sitting on that bubble spot right now. So this is how we stand at the end of round 1. You need a 75 or better if you're jumping into that top 8. However, it's not over yet. We've still got one more round of runs to go. It's best run that counts. We'll have the conclusion of the Women's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota when we come back to Copper Mountain. So welcome back, everyone, to Copper Mountain here. The Dew Tour returns here in 2021. We have completed round number 1 out of 2 here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Qualifier. Taking a look at some highlights from that first round, Pete.
There's a look back. Zoe Atkins run nice big left 540. Probably one of my favorite tricks we've seen so far today. Really showing off that grab.
Yeah, that was enough to propel her up into that number 3 spot and bump Devin Logan out. Remember, it's an 8 cut out of the 16 competitors in this field here today.
Look at Kelly Silderud there, sitting in 2nd place right now. She definitely has more to give, but Eileen Gu, really the person of the day so far, setting herself well above the rest of the field with that first run, and she has more to give.
And as we mentioned before, coming off of the pipe win here on this very mountain just last week and that big air win in Steamboat. But it is far from over. Taking a look at the die line there on the lip of the pipe and your current standings. One score in the 90s. It's Eileen Gu. Kelly Silderud early on, she was a 2nd competitor in. Set a high bar with an 88.75. It's got her in 2nd place as of right now. Devin Logan just on the outside, looking in. Can she bump back up? It's only a couple of points separation. 73 for her. It's a 75's that bubble as of right now. So still some work to be done here on the women's side of thing in the Ski Superpipe Qualifier.
Okay, when you're ready.
Getting ready to go back up top. You can hear there.
30 seconds.
Comp Control saying whenever you're ready. There's Britta Sigourney starting us off once again. She is in the top 8. She set the bar with an 80.25. Can she give herself some breathing room here in this 2nd and final round?
Britta currently in 7th place, looking to be in a little more of a safe spot after this 2nd run, because that is definitely a spot that a lot of other American flags are looking to jump in there for some points. So Britta dropping in here, looking for some amplitude. One of my favorites here, their first hit, that alley-oop, getting that mute grab. Coming into the 2nd hit with the left side 900, reaching back for the tail. Followed up with a nice straight air safety grab. Britta into the left side 540 mute. Right side cork 7, landing that one clean. So very similar to her first run. We'll see if the judges think it's an improvement.
I was going to say, you think that's going to bump that 80.25, or is she going to have to hang out there in 7th for the rest of this?
Her score may improve, but I don't know if she's going to overtake Cassie ahead of her. It's one of those tough ones where it is the same run. She may have improved on a few different things. A couple grabs were better, so we'll see if she bumps up ahead of Cassie, putting her in a safer spot.
Yeah, Cassie's got a full 1.5 points ahead of her. Pretty tight grouping in the middle there, though. Then you got Feng Hui Lee with an 82.75, so it's close there in the middle of the pack.
Here's a look back at the end of Britta's run here. The left side 540, you see her reach down, get that mute grab. So maybe improving grabs all the way through her run, and a nice cork 720 to the right. So spinning both directions. See what it does here for Britta.
Wait for it. So an 81. So it's going to improve the score, but as you called it, Pete, it's not going to be enough to overtake Cassie Sharp in the standings. So she will stay in that number 7 position. So she's in as of now. Not a terrible spot to be. However, you'd love to give yourself a little bit more breathing room with 2 Americans in the top 8 as of right now. Kelly Silderud back up on deck. She was in the top spot from position with an 88.75.
Kelly's in a pretty safe spot here right now, sitting in 2nd, but we'll see if she wants to improve on that score. There's the right side 900 mute. Followed that up with the left side 540 tail grab. Both good grabs. There's the alley-oop 5. Little gust of wind pushing her into the pipe. Right side alley-oop. Back-to-back alley-oops again. The right side 720 setting up for a couple switch hits here with the switch left down the pipe into the switch right down the pipe, mirroring both of those tricks. Definitely an improvement, but I don't think it's going to bump above Eileen.
So looking to hang on to that 88.75 possibly. Keep her in 2nd place, but again, as you mentioned, a comfortable spot to be in, but the wind seemed to kick up just a bit and fight in the elements as she made her way through the pipe here in round 2.
Well, I mean, as we were talking earlier, Earth is only half the battle, Jimmy. And so she's ending up battling this half pipe as well as the weather. But an improvement on a lot of her grabs. A little more amplitude as she went down on the lower half of the pipe. So I look for an improvement in the score, but definitely not jumping above.
So what you're saying is she was using the space in the pipe to force her way through the elements.
It's more than just gamma rays and black holes, Jimmy.
So 86.25, she'll stick with that first run score. Second place, not a bad spot to be. Like we said, it's not about getting on the podium today. It's about making the 8 cut. Get yourself into the finals. Get through this weather. Up next, representing China, we've got Feng Hui Li. She's in the top 8 as of right now. She finds herself in that number 5 position pre-run with an 82.75 from round 1.
Looking to just improve on the little things from her first run. Maybe get a little bit more distinct grab. Great air to fakie there. Coming in switch with the switch right. 540, nice and inverted. The switch left 360, getting the Japan on that one. Right side 900, wrapping up a bigger spin there. Following it up with a nice big left 5, increasing amplitude as she's going down the pipe. Right side 720 to end it. So definitely an improvement.
Will it be enough to overtake? She's got Hannah Fallhaber ahead of her. 2 full points ahead. Hannah's got an 84.75. Still got Qixin Zhang sitting on that bubble spot with a 75. And you predicted it earlier. You said high 70s, low 80s for that transfer spot.
These judges are usually pretty consistent. I say usually pretty consistent. So it kind of depends on what they end up setting their range at the beginning of the contest. So they ended up having their first couple runs be in the 80s, and then they've adjusted from that to go up and down.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back to Copper, we'll take a look at some replays from Feng Hui Li, and we'll get you some scores. Stick around. More to come here from Copper Mountain Dew Tour.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Safeway. Fresh food.
Number 2 here of the Women's Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota. Camera down earlier, so now we're run with an 82. Take a look at some replays from Feng Hui Li, who we just saw prior to going to that break.
Looking to just improve on the little things from her first with the mute. Behind her leg, getting that Japan grab. And then into the switch hit here with the switch left down the pipe 3. Holding that mute, almost a Hutney where both legs don't come up. There's the right side 5. And then the biggest spin of the run here with the left side 900, but landing it nice and clean. So we'll see if that is an improvement. We'll look up top at their coach.
So is he going to be, oh, so close. She was in 11th. She needed a little bit better than a 75, so she gets a 74.5. I know it's going to have to settle for 9th. However, got to give her credit for bumping up those 2 spots right there, trying to make it happen here in round number 2. Next competitor representing Canada, currently in that top 8, Cassie Sharp, sits in that number 6 position, coming off of a 6th place finish here in Copper at the Grand Prix just last weekend.
Cassie, another one of those skiers with a lot more tricks in the bag. We'll see if she wants to improve on that 6th place score of an 81.75. Getting things going, starting off on the looker's left wall. The nice big straight air with the mute grab. Into the flare, getting the safety grab on that one, improving that. Left side 9, nice and big, landing a little low but carrying speed. Into the right side 3, coming in switch. The switch left down the pipe 3. Into the right side 900. And that will do it for Cassie Sharp. Both ways 9s.
So what do you think? Improvement on that 81.75?
I think it could definitely jump up. She has the both ways 9s. Her grabs were a little bit stronger on that one. We'll see what the judges end up doing. There's a look back at that first hit. Nice big straight air mute. And then the flare. You see here, reach back and lock in that safety grab on that one. There's the left side 900, better grab on that one as well. So the judges are going to take that into note and see if that's going to give her a few more points on her score to bump ahead of Hannah, who is in 5th above her.
So an 83.25. She will improve the score, but she needed more than 3 full points to overtake Hannah Fallhaber for that number 5 spot. So she will stay. She's in for now. We'll see if it holds up as we take a look up top here. Abigail Hansen, representing the USA, had a rough go that first go around. That's why you see that 5.50. She is down in last position as of right now. After Abigail, we've got Hannah Fallhaber and Annalisa Drew coming up next.
I've got it. Yeah, Abby.
Good to see if Abigail can get past that first 900 that kind of caught her up on the deck. Sam's poles right now, so maybe looking to get a little better grabs, being able to hold onto her skis, see what she can do. She could use the poles probably right now to skate over a little easier.
Trying to moonwalk back in position there. So eyeing it up, see the intensity there, giving it the stomp. And here we go. Let's see if Abigail Hansen can bump up here.
Getting things going with the left side 540, wrapping it to 7, going in switch here with the switch right down the pipe 540. Getting a safety grab on that one, back to back switch down the pipe 5s. The switch right 360, a little double Japan in there, both hands making it onto the ski. So losing the poles, but grabbing more. And there's the alley-oop with the Japan, nice run.
Well, that's definitely going to overtake that 5.50 from round number 1. The question is, how far up the ladder is it going to take her?
You see her starting off here with the left side 7, stepping back from going for the 9, but then followed it up with 3 back-to-back-to-back switch tricks. There's the switch right down the pipe 5, followed that up with a switch left down the pipe 5, and here's a look down at the bottom, left 540 mute grab, locking in that grab. The nice alley-oop, there's the Japan on that one, so no poles, lots of grabs.
What do you think? 75 flats that bubble. Is that going to do it?
She's definitely going to improve. I'm not sure if it's going to threaten the top 8. We'll see what they end up doing with it.
Taking a look up top there. Our next competitor, Hannah Fallhaber. Score, Abigail is going to bump up to 12th, so not enough. So Keishin Zhang stays safe in that number 8 spot for now, and she's still got another run yet to come. actually in 2 skiers after our next competitor. So Hannah Fallhaber finds herself in that number 5 spot with an 84.75. She takes it into the pipe here from skiers right.
And with a lot of amplitude on her first run, and there we go, straight air tail grab. Nice and clean this time, and another straight air with the mute. Looks like she's just cruising, getting used to the pipe. Another straight air there. So just cruising on this one. She's gonna stick with her first run score of an 84.75, currently in 5th place. So we'll see if that pays off for her.
Yeah, just 1 full point behind Feng Hui Li. So we got Annalisa Drew coming up next, and we got Qixin Zhang. So we'll see how this unfolds, and then we're at the halfway point here.
There's definitely a few skiers down below here that can threaten that top 8. So we'll see if just taking a cruiser run is going to be the right call.
The halfway point here in round 2, I should say. So again, just to recap the standings, Eileen Gu, only one in the 90s thus far, that 93.50. And again, Qixin just hanging on to that 75. This is Annalisa Drew.
Yeah, Anna, get it.
There's Anna, she's in 14th. She had that 61.
And another one of those Americans trying to break into this finals, trying to get points to make her way to China for the Olympics. Big Patriots fan. I'm sure she enjoyed that 3-pass victory a couple weeks ago. Sorry to bring it up again, Bills fans.
I love how you dubbed it the 3-pass victory. Oh no, just getting
going. Little back seat there, but still keeping it together. There's the alley-oop. A little straight air there, but definitely lost a little momentum, landing back seat on that one. And she's going to have to stick with her first run score of a 61.
Yeah, that's not going to be enough to get in. So tough break there for Annalisa. So now we are at the halfway point here in round number 2. 8 down, 8 to go. Just leaning back there, coming down the wall. And that was it here for run number 2 for Annalisa.
There's not a whole lot of room for error in this half pipe. As soon as you make one little bobble, one little mistake, it kind of sets a precedent for the rest of your run.
So Eileen Gu's not going to take her second run, we're being told, so she's happy with that 93.50. As we mentioned earlier, the win here in Copper at the Grand Prix last week, win in Steamboat at the Big Air, so she's happy with that 93.5. She says, hey, you know what? I'm done. I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to watch the rest of this unfold. You got Kelly Silderoo, Zoe Atkin, you got Feng Hui Li, Hannah Fallhaber, Cassie Sharp, Britta Sigourney, and Qixin Zhang rounding out the top 8, and Qixin is now up next with the chance to try to bump herself up, give herself some breathing room. She's the only one in the top 8 not in the 80s or 90s here. We have 1 score in the 90s, and it's all 80s except for that number 8 spot. So with 7 more behind her still to ski, she would love to bump that score up.
Let's go, Qixin.
Qixin moving it over there to the rider's right side of the pipe.
Getting things going. Definitely some room to improve on that first run. She has the tricks, trying to clean them up, maybe add some grabs here and there, a little more amplitude, and bump herself up out of that 8th place bubble spot. Get things going up on the looker's right wall. Right side 7, reaching back for that tail grab, maybe touching it there for a second. Into the switch left 9. So the first switch 9 we've seen today. Into the switch right 360. Nice big straight air, a little critical. And the right side 540. See what she has for us on her last hit. Left side 7. So definitely upping the difficulty. We'll see what the judges end up doing with that. It should improve that score and see if they'll bump up a couple spots, get her off the bubble.
I should correct myself too. There's 6 after her because Eileen Gu was part of that 7. And we just told you that she's not taking her last run. So of that 6, you got Zoe Atkin, who's already in the top 8.
So look at that switch 9. So biggest switch spin we've seen today in the women's contest. Wrapping that one all the way around, 2.5 rotations, switch to switch in the half pipe, and then following it up with another switch hit with a switch right 360. out here ripping, looking to hook those big scores, Jimmy. We'll see if that puts her up a little bit higher and off that bubble spot.
So she does bump the score up 2.5 points. It's a 77.50 for her in run number 2. However, it's not enough to overtake Britta Sigourney, so she will stay in that bubble spot for now. So Yoo-Hin Zhang out of Korea, just 2 spots down there, 3 spots down. She's in the number 11 position.
2 spots down, better than 3 doors down, Jimmy.
Sometimes I don't even know where to go. I don't even know where to go with you on that one.
Just out here jumping, jumper.
So starting off from skiers left here.
It's the nice big left 900, little back seat, but keeping it together into the left side alley-oop. The left side 540 after that one. And the right side 3, setting up switch, coming in backwards to the wall with the switch left down the pipe 360. And finishing it off with the right side 5 safety. A nice run there. Very similar to her first run, so I'm not sure if it's going to bump up in that score. We'll see what the judges end up doing with it. But another clean run. There's a look back at that nice 900, reaching back, almost getting that tail grab, scrubbing that one down. The alley-oop. Alley-oop is spinning up the pipe, so the opposite of natural. It's more natural to spin down the pipe as you're traveling, so spinning up is a lot harder. There's a right side 5 to finish off her run.
So she's gonna have to stick with that first run score. So Kashin Zhang hangs on there with that 77.50. So now we're down to Sabrina Kagmakli. Where's Sabrina out there? She's down in 15th. She had a 57.25. See, you're already getting texts about that 3 doors down reference.
Yep, shout out to my brother. He's out there listening right now. I know he enjoyed that 3 doors down reference. So my whole family's listening, so shout out to them as well. More shout outs for you.
That's coming up at Christmas dinner. Here we go. Sabrina is in for her second and final attempt.
Going to that left side 540, following it up with the right side. So back-to-back 5, spinning in both directions. Nice straight air with the Japan. The right side 720, coming in switch to the switch alley-oop. And then following it up with another switch hit with the switch right down the pipe 360. Back-to-back switch hits. Very similar run again. I'm not sure if that's going to threaten that top 8 into finals. Here's a look back up at the top. The left side 540. You see her reach back and just touch that tail grab. And then followed up right after that with the right side 5. So spinning both directions. Nice and clean.
Bumped the score up a couple of points. She ended up with a 60, but it's not going to improve the placing at all. So we're down to our final 4, because as we told you earlier, your current leader, Eileen Gu, electing to not take her second run. So that'll move us on to Riley Jacobs. Of our final 4, 3 are on the outside looking in. You got Zoe Atkin, who goes last. She's in that number 3 spot as of right now. So basically, at this point of the competition, only 3 challengers left here to our top 8.
All 3 of those being from the U.S., all of them trying to get more points to get into those Olympic qualifiers. You got to get into finals to do that.
Here comes Riley Jacobs out of Oak Creek, Colorado.
Getting it started with the right side 9, nice and clean on that landing. The left side 7, losing a little bit of amplitude there. Into the switch right down the pipe 360. The left side 540 reaching down for the Japan grab. And the right side 5 to finish it off. Nice run from Riley. See what happens with that one. Definitely a couple improvements there. So we'll see if the judges take notice to that. There's a look at that left side 900, so right side 900. 2.5 rotations, and then backing it up with the left side 540, wrapping it to 7. right 5, opposite safety to finish it off. Looks like an improvement on her first run score, but keeping the same ranking.
Yeah, a quarter of a point there, so she's going to stay in that 13th position. So that means it all comes down to Jeannie Crane-Mosey and Devin Logan. As we've said before, Zoe Atkin takes us out, and she's already in the top 8. She sits in that number 3 spot. So we're down to 2 challengers here, Pete. Jeannie finds herself in that number 16 spot with a 54 flat.
Getting things started. She has the tricks to get in there. We'll see if she brings in left side 540. Little scrub into that one, losing some amplitude. There's the right side 5 after it. So starting off with back-to-back 5s. Straight air Japan on that one. And the right side 7, just washing that one around. Little gust of wind, losing some speed there. Finishing off with the switch down the pipe 5. Nice run there from Jeannie.
2 competitors left to go. So we take you back up top. Take a look at some highlights. Jeannie's second outing.
There's a look at those back-to-back 5s. Starting off with the left 5 into the right 5. There's that nice straight air Japan grab. Just catching that gust of wind there. Look at that baby Snownado coming in.
The micro snow burst, if you will. And she's going to settle for 2 points less on that run. So it all comes down to Devin here. Devin's the last one that can challenge. She's just 2 spots out. She had a 73. She was there. She got bumped down 2 spots. You need a 77.50 or better to get into that top 8 of our final 2 competitors. This is the last one that can challenge. Otherwise, our final 8 will be set going to the finals. It all comes down to this last run here for Devin Logan.
Come on, D-Lo. Getting things started here. Left side 900, upping the difficulty, getting it going. Followed that up with the right side 5. So already an improvement into the left side 5, getting a nice Japan there. Increasing that amplitude. Alley-oop with the critical. Right into the left side 720. One more hit for Devin. Switch, alley-oop. Nice clean run. Definitely an improvement. We'll see if the judges want to put that up. Nice run from D-Lo. Always love seeing it.
The question now, will that be enough with Zoe Atkin left to go?
There's a look at that 900. So increasing the difficulty there. Getting that one around clean. Right into the right side 5. There's that left side 9 again. So really bumping up the difficulty and keeping that amplitude throughout the rest of her run. Definitely an improvement on that first run. So look for that score to bump up. See if that'll threaten that top 8. Try to get Devin into finals. There's the left side 7. And finishing it off with a nice switch hit with the switch alley-oop 5. Getting the safety grab in there. So a great run from Devin.
She's going to need a 77.75 to overtake Kashin Zhang. And wait for it. The suspense, everybody's waiting for it. Is it going to be enough? And it was so close, but just not enough. A 76, that bumps her up to 9th. So she overtakes Svea Irving and gets 1 spot closer, but it's not going to be enough. So Kashin Zhang hangs on because our last competitor is already in the top 8. She sits in that number 3 position here. Zoe Atkin taking us out of competition here in the Women's Ski Superpipe Qualifier presented by Toyota.
Zoe already sitting in that 3rd place, safely in the finals. We'll see if she's just going to cruise on down or work on her finals run here. She's getting it going. Nice, big left 540 with the mute grab. Great amplitude on that one. Right side 720, getting the tail in there. And the switch left 7, little bit of a squat through that, but keeping it together. Alley-oop, flat 5. Oh, and just going down on that one. Losing one of those pointy sticks with grips.
hop back up, collect the carnage, ski on down, and hey, she's already in. She had herself in third place by virtue of that first run. So our field is set. Pete going into the final here. Take another look at this last outing here for Zoe.
Great left 5 mute. Love how she slides her hand up on that mute grab. There's another look at that right side 720, just touching that tail grab for a second. She's gonna stick with that first run score.
So that is it for the pipe qualifiers on the ski side of things out here for Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021. Take a look at our final standings here, our results, if you will, going into the final. Once we get in that final, run them in reverse order as to how they qualified. So here comes the big reveal, your final standings. And how about that performance by Eileen Dew with a 93.50. But again, you know, I'm going to give a shout out to Kelly Silderu. You know, she was the second to drop here, and she popped up an 88.75, and that held on for second place. But we got 2 American competitors in there with Hannah Fallhaber and Britta Sigourney. And China has 3 representatives going into the final as well, with Estonia, Canada, and the UK also represented on that field, Pete.
Oh, I'm looking forward to finals. It's going to be a great showing.
And again, we keep talking about it's not just about standing on that Dew Tour podium here. It's also about Olympic qualification points, as that is right around the corner. It was a tough break there. I mean, again, we got to give a big shout out to Devin Logan. She was so close. She needed a 77.75. She had to settle for a 76. Good performance there by Svea Irving as well.
Yeah, tough day just outside of that points, trying to get into the finals, but they'll look for the next one. Great skiing from everyone out here, even with the tough weather conditions.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, the weather was definitely a factor out here. We had to cancel the slope-style snowboard events out here today, but we're going to, you know, it's what we do. We work on the fly around here. We'll update the schedule. We'll make some changes and whatnot, but there's lots more to come here from Copper Mountain for this little party that we call the Dew Tour here over the course of this weekend. So we got men's and women's snowboard halfpipe qualifiers tomorrow, as well as the slopestyle qualifier. So it's a big day tomorrow out here, and the weather's moving out of the area this afternoon and into tonight. So it is going to be a big finish out here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thank you guys for watching the Dew Tour. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you come right back here to dewtour.com.
Both my grandparents are 100% Italian, so it's always been a big part of my life and a lot of the culture growing up. To be able to but how can you better yourself every day? Like, if you can look in the mirror and say you gave it everything you had, then that's all you can ask for. But you got to make sure that you're honest with yourself and that you did give everything you had. You know, a lot of people have a hard time understanding why, for one, I'm still competing and still going as hard as I am. You know, at my age in a sense, but you kind of have to break it down per every 4 years, right? Vancouver 2010, made the team, everything was great. I walked away with some landed runs on the biggest stage that I've ever competed.
4 double corks in a row.
2014 was probably my hardest year because From Vancouver to Sochi, I podiumed 22 out of 25 events.
Well, the judges appreciated a 98 from Louis Vito.
Won 2 Dew Cups, overall Grand Prix, podiums at X Games, at the Open, and then the qualifiers came. Didn't get a good score. I think I got 4th majority of the time. And that one really hurt because I was riding so well every year leading up to it. And then it was like, all my stuff was just ice cold. In 2018, I started to ride pretty well. And then I broke my back at Dew Tour. I had a tear in my L4, bulge in my L5, broke my back. So it was just one of those where I think it could have been a big difference if I would have been able to stay healthy, but things happen for a reason. Now we're in 2022 and still love it. There's always the battle of getting tricks back that you might not have done for a while, perfecting tricks and learning new tricks. I try to train harder off the hill, so then on the hill, you know, everything's kind of more slow motion. With this coming season, I look at everything like a marathon, and it's to just stay on my feet, stay consistent, stay healthy. I think if I can make Beijing, would just be, first off, another dream come true. I mean, to be able to have the opportunity to go to 2 is insane. To be able to honor your grandparents a second time is pretty extraordinary.